Good afternoon. Welcome to the Senate Budget and Tax Committee. We're about to get started. If members would take their seat and visitors take their seats. I agree. Our first bill is Senate Bill 553, and we're very pleased to welcome Governor Wes Moore to present the bill. Could folks quiet down a little bit? A little quiet here, so everybody can be heard. We know everyone's very excited to be here, and we're excited to be with everybody. Members of your panel would join you, Governor. That'd be terrific. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you, Vice Chair Rosapep and distinguished members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. It's great to be in front of you today. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you so much for just the chance to be able to testify on behalf of a bill that is not just of utmost importance to me, utmost importance to our administration, but utmost importance to our state and to a community that we believe of Chair Gazzone is felt. And I'm wishing him the best as he recovers. I had the joy of speaking with him this morning, and it was great to hear his voice. And I know he said he was going to be dialing in. So Mr. Chair, if you can hear me, we all hope you're feeling better. For the record, my name is Wes Moore. I'm the 63rd governor of the state of Maryland, and I'm here today to present Senate Bill 553, the Keep Our Heroes Home Act. I'm here in person today because I believe that this legislation stands to be among the most impactful that you are going to hear this session, both in the short term and the long term, and also in terms of the statement that this is going to make to the state of Maryland and the statement that this is going to make to this entire country. This proposal expands the tax exemption for veteran retirement income from its current modest amount, up to $25,000 in 2023 and $40,000 in 2024, and each year thereafter to all of its recipients. This bill will save veteran families an estimated $30 million annually. But the true benefit of this bill cannot be reflected in just the dollars and the cents. As will be made clear by the members of my panel, veterans continue to serve long after they retire from the military. They start businesses, they serve on boards, they bring their talent to companies that are driving Maryland's economy forward. These are individuals who have served. These are individuals who have already demonstrated a true commitment for not just country, but a true commitment to community. And these are people who have more service to do, who have more living to do, who have more giving to do. And frankly, I want them to do it in the state of Maryland. As I've said before, Maryland is not going to be anybody else's field team, and it's not going to be anyone else's farm team. This is a chance to honor those who have served before. When we say thank you for your service, we want it to mean something, and we believe that this bill is a huge step forward in making that a reality. And that's also because Pennsylvania, West Virginia, New Jersey, and 33 other states do not tax military retirement. And our neighbors to the south in Virginia just increased their exemption to $40,000 beginning in 2025. My administration, our administration, is firmly committed to bolstering Maryland's competitiveness, and not just for companies, but also its competitiveness for the people who enhance our community. And that's exactly what this proposal does. This proposal will help keep veterans in our state, like Captain Heidi Fleming, who served for 24 years as an aviator in the Navy. And a remarkable service, and during her time of remarkable service, she was also named the first female commanding officer at PAX Naval Air Station. And now that she's retired from the military, she puts her skills to work for a private contractor here in Maryland. And we're grateful to have her here today. This legislation will help keep people around like Sergeant Major Gloria Dent, to my right, who after 26 years of service now runs a nonprofit organization and a small business and serves right here in Anne Arundel County on its Board of Education. And it's also going to keep veterans like our new secretary, Tony Woods, who after a distinguished service inside of uniform is now serving and leading our Veterans Affairs Administration here in the state of Maryland, and continuing to show that service continues even after you take off the uniform. These veterans and their families are not only spirited entrepreneurs, but also highly sought after employees. They are the glue of their communities, and they need to be the glue of the communities here in the state of Maryland. And the investments proposed in this bill are investments in our business community, our workforce, and the social fabric of our state. A vote to keep a vote for the Keep Our Heroes Home Act is a vote to keep people like this panel here today in the state of Maryland. And I thank you for your time, and I ask for your favorable vote on this important proposal.
Thank you, Governor. Are your panel members going to make some comments?
They will, yes.
Please, in whatever order.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you very much, members of the Budget and Tax Committee. For the record, my name is Anthony Woods, Acting Secretary of Veterans Affairs. And I'm here to present on behalf of the governor, alongside the governor, in support of Senate Bill 553. The talented staff of the Department of Veterans Affairs and I are solely focused on serving those who have served all of us. This bill will help us to carry out this mission while diminishing financial factors that cause veterans to leave the state that they call home and that they love dearly. As I start in this role, I'm encouraged to know that I have the full support of the governor in focusing on important issues for our veterans, and there's no stronger message than this bill. Both this bill being a part of the governor's agenda and the governor himself coming to present show just how seriously this administration takes the issues that affect our veterans and their military families. The bill itself is simple, as the governor mentioned. Currently, we exempt up to $5,000. This would dramatically expand that and drop the age differential, which I've heard from many veterans is a significant factor in helping to decide whether or not they stay here in the state. Expanding it initially to $25,000 and then to $40,000 will go an incredibly long way in saving our veterans money and, more importantly, keeping them home here in Maryland. Maryland veterans are friends and neighbors. They're entrepreneurs, they're talented employees and lifelong public servants. When it comes to bolstering our sense of community and attracting businesses with our highly trained workforce, the investments set forth in this bill will provide immediate returns. Thank you very much for your attention on this important issue, the proposal, and I ask for the committee to issue a favorable report.
Thank you. Please.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee, my name is Captain Heidi Fleming, and I come before you today in support of the Senate Bill 553, Keep Our Heroes Home Act. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my perspective. The views you hear from me today are mine and mine alone. As a retired Navy captain, I've served all over the world as a naval flight officer in C-130s and P-3s. I was fortunate to serve as the commanding officer at both Scientific Development Squadron 1 and Naval Air Station Patuxent River here in Maryland. Since retiring, I have stayed in the Pax River area, working in government affairs in the aerospace and defense industry, where my talent lies. In my current work, I bring our business areas to Pax River, seeking future opportunities to grow business and foster their pursuits within the naval aviation enterprise. With established, trusting relationships in the Navy and the local community in those former roles, and along with 2 tours in congressional affairs within acquisition lanes, this proved to be where my skill sets would lie best. In giving back, I serve on numerous nonprofit boards, the Patuxent Partnership, Southern Maryland Navy Alliance, Historic St. Mary's City Commission, Senator Van Hollen's Academy Advisory Board, the U.S. Naval Academy Class of '89 Board, as well as Navy Mutual. As the NAS Pax River CO, I was able to represent the Navy to the embracing local community. As a Naval Academy graduate of that great institution just blocks from here, I have experienced many informative years in the state. It is the people, the natural beauty, and the location which drives that desire to stay in Maryland. However, soon I too will be researching how best to stretch my military retirement pension. That is a frequent topic of discussion amongst my retiring friends, and many I've seen depart this state. The current tax on military pensions is a factor on if I will continue to stay in Maryland upon my full retirement. The Keep Our Heroes Home Act will be impactful to myself and many others making that final decision on where to retire, invest in our community, both through volunteering and financially supporting the economy. Retired military members and their families have lived a life of service to our nation while wearing its cloth. They serve their communities in all ways of volunteerism that you could imagine. How do you measure the value of this selfless giving to our communities and the people who reside within? It might be difficult to quantify financially, but the value of making a difference in the lives within a community enriches others and in fact builds up our communities. It is my hope that the Keep Our Heroes Home Act will be adopted and encourages veterans such as myself to stay in Maryland upon retirement and continue giving back to their communities and its people within. I thank you for your time today, and I look forward to addressing any questions you might have.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair. My name is Major Dent. I'm a 24-year veteran of the United States Army. I'm also a combat veteran. I'm a disabled veteran. I'm a business owner. I'm a nonprofit owner. Most of all, I am a citizen here in Maryland who has called Maryland my home. I'm proud to call Maryland my home, and I'm proud of the community that I serve in. I do that because for the 24 years that I spent in the military, there was not one day that I didn't want to find some place that I could call home. Over 17 rotational PCS moves, 4 combat deployments, and 6 operational deployment. When people ask me where is home, I did not have an answer. I could not say that it was from Alabama, where I was born and raised. I could not say it was from Georgia. But one thing I knew certain is that I didn't want to go back to Alabama. But there was a moment in time that I looked at my paycheck and I realized that my retirement paycheck would not be taxed in Alabama. And I considered it over and over again. But then I thought about the word hope. I hope that Maryland would see fit that the veterans that are here will bring something unique to veterans, and that we do not have to continue to make decisions on where we want to call home. It is important that you rule favorably for House Bill 553, not just for me, but for the millions of veterans that would want to decide where to call home. I want to share with you a small story. In 2016, I joined a company called the U.S. Ability Commission. It's a federal program. The federal program takes care of persons with disabilities and people that are seriously visually impaired. I was given the pleasure of serving as the first director of that organization in 2016 by a congressionally mandated position to find opportunities for wounded, ill, and injured veterans. That was probably the most daunting and rewarding task. Every single day, I reached out to companies throughout the Department of Defense industry. I didn't have to reach long because even though they were wounded, ill, and injured, they knew the value of a veteran, and they sought after us over and over again. Even though I tried very, very hard to ensure that Virginia and Maryland had the best of the best because they wanted to stay here, they lost out every single time because of the taxes that they were imposed on their retirement benefits. And I could not crack that nut. I stand before you today as a veteran that is also married to a veteran who is a command sergeant major, who also deals with this every single day, saying, when are we going to leave? Our retirement pay needs to be stretched a little bit further because I'm not going to continue to work. Do I want to leave Maryland? No, but it is a family choice and an economical choice that we have to make. Lastly, I want to add is that as I was working for this congressionally mandated position in the defense industry, I have a lot of veterans who are wounded, ill, and injured. Over 364,000 veterans call Maryland their home. I will tell you that compensation and benefit here, statistically, with the 2022 compensation and pension benefit by the Department of Veterans Affairs netted over $10 billion here in the state of Maryland for those wounded, ill, and injured veterans from compensation. So it's just not by happenstance that we're standing here before you today to support House Bill 553 and ask for your favorable support of 553 so that many of our American heroes that we are trying to keep home can call they're called Maryland their residence and their home. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Are there questions for the governor or members of his panel? Senator Salling?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and I want to thank the governor and every veteran that are here that sacrificed and gave their time and their talent. I have 4 generations that served in the Army. I had my son who was in harm's way 4 times. He was in Afghanistan twice and Iraq twice. And I'm proud of my sons, but they live in Ohio. And I tell you what, I want them in Maryland. And the only way we can do that is something like this that will benefit them. We need to give to those that gave their sacrifice, and some of them gave so much that now they have an ailment. And as you know, Governor, I have a similar bill, and I support this wholeheartedly. And I hope we can pass this to support our veterans and show them that we want them to stay in Maryland. I just want to thank you so much for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Senator Elfreth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Governor, thank you for being here. I have a question, perhaps it's best for the secretary. I thank you for bringing a Naval Academy alum. I represent the Academy and have a lot of veterans in my community, a lot of whom, though, are not paying taxes here in Maryland because they have another residence in Florida or Texas or another state. And so their income taxes are going there, even though they really do live here most of the year and their kids go to school here, utilize infrastructure, all this. Have we done any research on the fiscal note? Kind of tells one side of the story, but have we done research on the income taxes we're going to recapture by convincing folks to instead file their income taxes in Maryland instead of out of state? Because I think there's maybe not a net neutral here, but I think we should be recapturing some kind of unclaimed income taxes through this bill as well, especially with the age portion. So if you could possibly run those numbers, I think it would be very helpful for this committee.
Senator, I think it's a terrific point, and I think it underscores not only that reality, but the fact that there's a tremendous amount of economic activity generated by veterans who stay here in the state and create enterprises, work in our businesses, and of course, for those who have a service-connected disability who receive federal benefits. Those are all tax generative, economic generative contributions to the state. And I completely agree. We'll follow up with you for sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Governor, Mr. Secretary, and the veterans in the room. As the Senate Veterans Caucus Chair, we look forward to working with you all. We've been working on this for many years. And we look forward to making some great progress. So I certainly welcome this piece of legislation. We had a conversation as recently as this morning. And Mr. Chairman, if I might, I'd like to introduce another partner. We're your partners. So another partner that just happened to be with me today. If you would stand up. This is Nathan James II. He is employed at the University of Maryland Global Campus, and his job there is he's the military education coordinator. So this is a good day for all of us. And Mr. Secretary Woods, you will be in contact with him shortly. So thank you all very much for this presentation.
Thank you. Senator Jennings?
Mine's more of a statement also. First of all, Captain is a former loadmaster, C-130s. Good to see you. Always respect the aircraft commanders.
As a paratrooper, I really appreciate you all.
Well, what people don't realize is paratroopers get to the back of the door and we open it up. They always say to us, "Do you know we get paid to jump out of this airplane?" I would say to them, "You know, I get paid more to throw you out." But thank you. This is an issue we have worked on for many years. I always say our tax rate should be more like my golf score than my bowling score. But unfortunately, some days my golf score is close to my bowling score. But this is what's needed. You know, you have what I call the big four: Pax River, Fort Detrick, Fort Meade, and Aberdeen. There are a lot of people that retire, a lot of institutional knowledge that goes, my district, I have up to the PA line. A lot of people live up in York County. And they commute down to 83 to 95. And hopefully this will keep them here. So I thank you for realizing and getting us to this point. And I hope we as a legislature can get it passed. Thank you.
Any other senators have questions? I don't see any others. So Governor, colleagues, thank you very much for joining us. We have a couple other witnesses. None of them are opposed to it. I just want to let you know that. But we have a couple other folks testifying in favor. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, committee. Thank you all. Certainly. Thank you for your leadership.
Absolutely.
Our next three witnesses are David Dragey, Chris Bickle, and John Church. If you could come up to the witness table. Whoever would like to go first, please.
I'll go.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of the President and Senator Jackson's bill, SB 553. I'm Dave Dragic, a retired Army Colonel and Legislative Director of the Maryland Military Coalition, which represents over 150,000 uniformed services connected individuals, including military retirees. This bill, by removing the age restriction and raising the exemption over the next 2 years, is a significant and positive step in making Maryland more competitive in attracting members of the military currently stationed in Maryland, retiring from active duty this year or next to stay in Maryland. They're young, many in the same age bracket as the governor and the secretary. In fact, the 35 to 54 age bracket is the largest of Maryland's veteran population. With this bill, and based on the 2023 pay scale from the DoD, 95% of a 20-year senior non-commissioned officer's military retirement income will be exempt, 50% for a 20-year senior officer. Next year, all the senior NCOs and 75% of the senior officers' retirement will be exempt. And current military retirees in Maryland will also see similar significant gains. So SB 553 would move our state closer to the 38 other states that currently fully exempt military retirement income without an age restriction. We strongly support not only this bill, but also Governor Moore's aspirational goal of a 100% tax exemption sooner after 2024 rather than later. As he stated, Maryland should be no state's farm team. We agree. Our state should be in the big league with those 38 states. So the Maryland Military Coalition strongly supports SB 553 and asks for a favorable report from the committee. We'd like to thank the President and Senator Jackson for sponsoring this legislation. Appreciate their leadership on this issue.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. I'm John Church, retired colonel with 30 years of service in the Air Force and a 35-year resident of Anne Arundel County. I currently take home $55,000 annually in military retirement pay. By raising the retirement income subtraction to $40,000, retired veterans in my pay band would be taking home more retirement funds and paying less tax on that money. So this is important to me. However, it'd be more important and meaningful to younger retired veterans. A retired 42-year-old E8 after serving 24 years in the military currently takes home just $30,000 a year. After contacting several retired veterans in Anne Arundel County, they have made it clear to me that this bill would greatly impact their lives in a positive way. It would free up funds needed to pay for childcare, for medical expenses, for housing insecurity, and schooling for themselves and for their dependents. There are roughly 56,000 veterans within the state of Maryland that currently receive a military pension. With this pay, there would be a measurable impact on the amount of money that these veterans would be able to take home and therefore inject into the Maryland economy. Roughly 61% of military retirees are under the age of 65 and are able to rejoin the workforce outside the military. This bill would motivate those veterans to stay in the state of Maryland when they step back into the civilian workforce. This retention would serve to further strengthen the Maryland economy, and the working age retirees would go on to lead careers in the civilian economy with fully taxable income. For these reasons, we respectfully request a favorable report to the Senate for Bill 553.
Thank you very much. Other questions from members of the committee? I don't see any. Thank you, gentlemen, very, very much.
Thank you.
Our next bill is Senate Bill 552. And the first panel is Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller and Eric Lutke, Chief Legislative Officer. If you all would come up, I do want to mention, I should have at the beginning, we have 17 bills today and 130 witnesses signed up. So there's a 2-minute limit on witnesses after the sponsor. The sponsor can take the time they need to. But in the interest of having dinner, I would encourage everyone, witnesses and members of the committee, to say what needs to be said, but not more. Governor.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Rosapep and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. It's great to be here today. And on behalf of the Moore-Miller administration, we wish Chair Gazone a speedy recovery. For the record, my name is Aruna Miller. I'm Lieutenant Governor of Maryland, and I'm honored to be here on behalf of the Moore-Miller administration to testify in support of this priority legislation for our administration, Senate Bill 552, the Family Prosperity Act. It would permanently extend and expand the state's match for the Earned Income Tax Credit and create an expanded child tax credit. Both of these programs are proven to significantly reduce poverty in the state. The Earned Income Tax Credit is a popular bipartisan program that supports low-income workers and creates an incentive to participate in the labor force. The EITC has helped significantly reduce child poverty and has increased labor force participation, particularly amongst women, and has improved educational and health outcomes for children. It has also had a significant impact on the economy, with $1.24 in economic activity for every dollar invested. The legislature's work in 2021, led by Senator Nancy King, to expand the Maryland's EITC has helped more than 400,000 Maryland families. We should make that commitment permanent. Research has also shown that the child tax credit is an effective tool in reducing child poverty. In fact, the federal child tax credit that has now lapsed lifted nearly 3 million children out of poverty across the nation. Given Washington's failure to extend the program, Maryland needs to step up for Maryland families. Maryland's current tax credit is far too narrow. In fact, the current credit was only claimed by 87 families in the entire state last year. Our proposal would extend the credit for families with children 5 and under, making families of 40,000 Maryland children eligible to receive it. The provision of the Family Prosperity Act will help lift tens of thousands of Maryland children out of poverty. They will increase labor force participation, as I said earlier, help keep dollars circulating in our economy, and improve health and educational outcomes for families across the state. You will soon have an opportunity to hear directly from Marylanders that will benefit from the Family Prosperity Act. I want to thank them for their willingness to testify on behalf of this achievable goal. I thank the committee for the work that you do each and every day, for your leadership and for your time today. And I ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 552.
Thank you. Do you have comments as well?
Just a brief comment, just
Sure.
any questions here with Lieutenant Governor, our great Chief Legislative Officer is across the street. The stars aligns. We have 8 hearings in one day, so we're working it. So any questions, the Lieutenant Governor and I will field
Great.
directly.
Thank you. Are there questions for the Lieutenant Governor? Yeah, Senator King.
I just want to say it's a really good bill. We agree, Senator.
Other senators? Senator Salling?
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you for the bill. This is a good bill. I looked at it in detail, but The only thing that concerns me is others that I believe we could help out also. These the part to end child poverty is something that we need to do. We need to totally eliminate that. We got to find ways that we can help out the least of these. And I meet with a lot of those in the city of Baltimore for my church. And I see it just breaks my heart, the poverty that we do have. But I see a lot of people that are just trying to make it on their living week by week. And the cost of living is not enough. And if we could help out some of those, I look at some of the lower middle class that are just getting by and they're having a tough time. I think if we can broaden out just a little bit more, I think it would be a benefit for a lot of people in the state of Maryland. Those middle class that make our country, that do great things. We want to help them also. So the poverty, let's end this poverty. So these child poverty, our young people that don't have homes, our school kids that go into school that don't have a home, we need to help them out. But if we can broaden that, that would be a great thing too. And if you'd like to comment, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Salling, thank you so much. Thank you for your compassionate heart. Yes, this is just one tool in the tool shed to help combat child poverty. And there's so many other tools out there. And we look forward to working together with this committee and the legislature in the future on those other mechanisms to help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Benson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First of all, before I ask the question, I just want you to know how glad we are that you are serving as our Lieutenant Governor. You are absolutely a breath of fresh air. I want you to know that. And I love it because of your compassion for the least of these. And I really want you to know that that is deeply and profoundly appreciated. I would ask you to comment just a little bit more on the process that's going to be put in place. How does this really work? I know that you believe, as I do, that a rising tide lifts all ships. And this is a step in that direction. So how's the process going to work?
Well, first, Senator Benson, thank you for your comments. And I want to say what an honor and privilege it is to be able to serve the people of Maryland, for both on behalf of Governor Westmore and myself. We ran on the campaign to leave no one behind. And that is the North Star of our administration, and it will always be that. So thank you for that. And I also want to thank you for giving me one of the most amazing chiefs of staff that I could ever have, which is Paquia, that is sitting right behind me. You trained her well, so thank you very much for that. Now, as far as the process is concerned, of course, it passes through the legislature, and then it's up to the executive branch to implement this program, right? And so maybe we can talk a little bit about that, Brad.
Happy to. And thank you, Senator, for the question. These are not new programs that are being proposed by the administration. These were created by you all back in 2020 during the COVID pandemic. This is extending and expanding them. Frankly, we've found that the child tax credit and the earning up tax credit fight child poverty better than any tool that we have. So this is applied like most tax credits in the tax code. We're increasing it, we're expanding them so that they are perpetual, and we're not constantly looking to re-up this, and we can create some stability in the lives of those that benefit from these programs, and it increases them. The dollar amount currently for the earned income tax credit is set at $6,000 in income. This increases up to $15,000. And for the child tax credit, currently this applies to children under the age of 17 with disabilities. This would include in children under 6, disabilities or no. But the fundamental administration of the program isn't being altered.
Thank you for that. That's very important. And Madam Lieutenant Governor, everything that your chief of staff knows, I taught her.
I know. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hedelman.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo my colleagues' remarks. Thank you for bringing this to us. I was sort of stunned and taken aback at a number you threw out of how few people availed themselves of the program last year. And I'm assuming that the changes and improvements and reforms you're making to the bill will greatly expand the number of people. And so I want to thank you for that because it's really important. And those are very low income levels. And so it really expanding access. And I know that I was at an event earlier with the comptroller who said that, you know, she will work hard to find all those people who are eligible. I also just want to applaud you for stepping in when unfortunately the federal government isn't continuing, at least on the child tax credit. And so that's why I think it is all the more important that we're doing that here. So thank you for leading the way here.
Thank you, Senator Hedelman. And again, thank you for the entire committee's leadership on the many important bills that come before you. And again, we look forward to having your support on this one as well. Thank you.
Any other senators have a question? Going once, going twice? Thank you, Governor.
Thank you very much.
We have a panel of 4 witnesses. Kali Shumitz, Tanaya Moore, Maritza Guzman, and Chante Westfield. You come up to the witness table. And as I mentioned, 2-minute limit for each one.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rosa Papp and members of the committee. My name is Callie Shumitz. I'm with the Maryland Center on Economic Policy. And we have long advocated for strengthening Maryland's working family tax credits because, as was stated earlier, they are the most proven anti-poverty tool that we have. We appreciate the past support of this committee for a variety of measures to expand and strengthen the earned income tax credit and to create a child tax credit. And we thank the governor and the lieutenant governor for introducing and supporting the Family Prosperity Act as the next step forward. There is extensive research that shows the benefits of working family tax credits. The combination of state and federal tax credits lifts incomes for thousands of Maryland families above the poverty line each year. This is particularly important for families with children. Increasing families' income not only improves a child's immediate well-being, but research shows it is also associated with better health, more schooling, more hours worked, and higher earnings in adulthood. Senate Bill 552 does 2 important things. It ensures we maintain a stronger EITC that the legislature enacted in 2021 and not pull back economic support at a time when families are struggling with higher costs for rent, food, gas, and other basic expenses, and as temporary expansions of a range of federal assistance programs are expiring. And it builds on the modest child tax credit that the legislature enacted in 2021. The child tax credit piece is particularly important because it focuses on the lowest income Maryland families with young children who are once again left out of receiving the full federal child tax credit. A $500 per child credit will make a significant difference for those families and the children who will experience the benefits of greater economic security. For these reasons, we had asked for a favorable report on Senate Bill 552. Thank you.
Thank you. Please just go down the table.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 552. My name is Tanaya Moore, and I'm the Senior Policy Manager with the Cash Campaign of Maryland. CASH stands for Creating Assets, Savings, and Hope, and we are a nonprofit organization that promotes economic advancement for low to moderate income families and individuals in Baltimore and across the state of Maryland. CASH co-leads a coalition, Tax Credits for Maryland Families. We are a coalition of community-led organizations, nonprofits, and Maryland families working together to strengthen the tax credits that gives hundreds of thousands of working families in Maryland the opportunity to thrive, such as the Earned Income Tax Credit and the Child Tax Credit. This legislation will permanently expand Maryland's EITC and CTC. We support this bill because the EITC and the CTC are some of the most important tools Maryland has to lift families out of poverty, working families out of poverty. Last year, the EITC expansions increased the expected average state credit to $1,100, which over 400,000 families were able to benefit from. The last year's the EITC expansions also made the EITC more valuable for workers who are unable to claim dependents. These are people such as first-time expected parents, aging out foster youth, and non-custodial parents. And last but not least, the EITC expansions include over 80,000 immigrant taxpayers who have been left out of the EITC and COVID relief efforts in the past. This bill will also permanently expand the state CTC to include more low-income families and directly combat childhood poverty. Creating a powerful state child tax credit will lower childhood poverty rates, close the gap for low-income families left out of federal policy, and foster secure families for future generations. It is for these reasons that we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 552.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Shante Westfield. I'm a lifelong resident of Maryland. I'm a proud member of the Capital Area Food Bank's Client Leadership Council program. I'm a mom of 3 young children, ages 8 months, 7, and 8 years old. Senate Bill 552 is truly a lifesaver to low-income families such as mine. Unfortunately, the pandemic caused me to have to stop working because we lost childcare. Despite my partner working full-time hours, including overtime opportunities in healthcare, my family still struggles to make ends meet. Being essential workers during the pandemic was honorable, but the honor couldn't help pay the bills. Senate Bill 552 has helped my family in more ways than one. The extra credit during the pandemic helped reduce our debt. By having extra money, we were able to pay more on bills that we fell behind on. It is much appreciated. Anything is always better than nothing. I know this for a fact because just this past month, my family was homeless. We were evicted from our apartment because we owed the back rent that we were unable to pay during the pandemic. This caused my kids to miss several weeks of school. The pandemic knocked us off track and we weren't able to catch back up. Late fees on top of back rent made it extremely hard. Fortunately, my family has since found housing. By continuing the distribution of this credit, it will allow us to stay current on our rent where we live now, as well as other bills such as utilities, food, and clothing for everyone in the household. This bill will help keep a roof over my family's head, keep us stable, and allow my kids the ability to further their education without the added stress of homelessness. Not knowing where you're going to live is very scary. So for these reasons, I encourage a favorable vote on Senate Bill 552. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Vice Chair Rosepep, I will be translating for our member.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Marixa Flores. Soy del Salvador. Tengo 16 años de vivir en el condado de Baltimore.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maritza Flores, and I am originally from El Salvador. I have lived in the county of Baltimore for 16 years.
También tengo 4 hijos maravillosos que Dios me ha regalado. Una de 18, 11, 7 y 4.
I also have 4 wonderful children that God blessed me with, 18-year-old, an 11-year-old, and 7-year-old, and a 4-year-old.
También tengo 14 años de pagar impuestos, de hacer impuestos en este país. Y pues me sentí contenta porque por primera vez nosotros las personas que teníamos 18 pude recibir el crédito de los $800.
I have been paying taxes for 14 years, and I was very glad that when the EITC extension passed, those of us who filed taxes with an I-10, for the first time, we were able to receive the tax credit. I received an $800 tax credit.
Para mí fue algo mucho y muy importante en ese momento para mí y mis hijos porque pude solventar muchas cosas. Para otros podría ser poco, pero para mí fue bastante y por eso les agradezco mucho. En ese momento.
$800 may not seem like a lot, but for me, that was a lifeline. It helped me and my family get through what we were of in the middle of the pandemic back then.
Y no digo solamente mi familia, muchas familias que lo necesitamos, familias de 18, familias que trabajamos día con día para que nuestros hijos estén.
You can finish up.
Y entonces, para mí fue bien porque yo caminaba, iba siempre, me levantaba con el miedo de llevar el virus a casa, de que mis hijos fueran contaminados. Y pues yo trabajé 14 años en la agricultura y pues todos los días iba al trabajo y pues nosotros muchas puertas son cerradas porque contamos con un tax ID y pues decíamos, en ese momento fue la alegría de nuestras vidas porque podía solentarnos muchas cosas y también yo llevé el virus a casa. Fuimos contagiados 3 y yo tuve en aislamiento 15 días y para mí el virus fue bien difícil porque me pegó bien fuerte y pensé que el rostro de mis hijos no los iba a ver.
This tax credit helped many of in our community, including myself, and not just myself, but as I said, many of our community. We were blessed because although this may not seem like a lot, it really helped us get through the middle of the pandemic. And I unfortunately caught COVID and I spread it to the rest of my family. And it was a really difficult time where I didn't think I would see the faces of my children again. And this really helped me get through that. And that's why we are here to ask you to continue this credit.
Y yo les pido por favor ahora que nos sigan apoyando, porque tanto como yo todavía lo necesito, hay muchas familias que lo necesitan. Está familias pues sí, que tienen social, aún también necesitan todo esto, esta ayuda. A nosotros que pues somos de un recurso económico, pero no saben cuánto reflejan la alegría de nuestros hijos, porque les podemos dar un poquito más a nuestra familia, porque yo también hago taxes, yo también me descuentan taxes y también he pagado impuestos y cuando yo pagaba $5,000 de taxes, para mí yo tenía que reducir cosas en mi casa para yo poder pagarlo, porque no quería que me dar mal con el Estado ni de deberle al taxes.
Gracias.
And there are many low-income families that benefit from this. And although we do pay taxes in the I-10, we don't have the resources as others in our community do. So this has really helped us. And it also doesn't just help the immigrant community, also everyone who's low income. This helps our children to put a smile on their face when we are able to provide resources for them that we were not before.
Thank you very, very
Por
much
eso le
for
doy
joining
gracias.
us.
Le doy gracias a todos que nos apoyen a la comunidad, nosotros. Y gracias.
Thank you. Thank you for supporting the community.
Yeah, thank you very, very much for coming and telling your personal stories. It's very helpful to our understanding of these issues, and we really appreciate it very, very much. Do any of the committee members have questions for members of the panel?
Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Gracias. We now have Pablo Blanc, Hilda Castro, and Terry Kavanaugh. Please, whoever would like to go first.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, Terry Kavanaugh, appearing on behalf of SEIU Local 500. You have our written testimony. We're strongly in support of the bill. You've heard from the people who are directly involved. I don't think there's anything stronger than that. We want to thank the governor for introducing this bill and the lieutenant governor for presenting it. Though few of our members would qualify for this, many of the people they provide services to would qualify. Just two other things. This is a good bill. We've seen it works. Doing more of what works is a good thing, a smart thing. I would say that we look forward to a time where workers are compensated well enough, the high enough wages that get good benefits so that they might not qualify. But until that day, we hope that this bill passes and we strongly support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Pablo Blanc. Thank you so much, Vice Chair Rosapep and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee for listening to us. I am the Director of Immigrant Integration with CASA, the largest immigrant rights organization in Maryland, the Mid-Atlantic, and growing nationally. We represent over 120,000 Black and Latino low-income immigrants and working families. CASA strongly supports the Family Prosperity Act of 2023 and thanks the administration for their leadership in championing this poverty-reducing legislation. As many of the committee members know, CASA worked very closely with all of you 3 years ago to ensure that the ITIN holders particularly are eligible for EITC. Through CASA partnership with the IRS, CASA hosts several free tax preparation sites called Vita sites, and we know from many families how this amount, the ITC, has changed their lives, especially in very difficult times, as we could hear from Marisa today. It's important for workers who file taxes with ITIN to maintain eligibility for this benefit. The main goal of the EITC is to lift low-wage workers from poverty and encouraging people to work. Immigrant workers pay over 100 million in taxes annually without being eligible for most tax credits or public assistance programs. As a member of the Tax Credit for Maryland Families Coalition, we support all the ways this bill takes critical steps to expand the EITC and CTC. And to conclude, this bill is a significant step forward in reducing inequity for all taxpayers, whether they pay taxes with an ITIN or with a social security number. CASA urges a favorable report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the witnesses? Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have three more witnesses. You're right. Anthony Davis and Julia Lemp and Ann Wallerstedt. If you are here, please come up to the table and decide among yourselves who wants to go first.
Good afternoon, Anthony Davis, Maryland Legal Aid. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you. Maryland Legal Aid is here at the request of Senator Nancy King, and we are strongly in support of Senate Bill 552. Maryland Legal Aid looks at any pending legislation. We look at it from the viewpoint of the impact that it would have on our clients, the needs of the community, and the capacity of the legislation to meet that need. I'm speaking as the Director of Advocacy for Consumer Law from a boots on the ground perspective, representing low income individuals in legal matters. Right now, what my attorneys are doing is we're working with clients who are anticipating filing their taxes and tax refunds because we use that money, they depend on that money to kind of get back on their feet, to kind of make up for some debts that they have. We represent people in bankruptcies, garnishments, foreclosures, debt collection matters, utility matters. And if you think about the amount of the credit, you know, the actual tax dollars that are coming back, for many people, this is like a significant amount of their monthly income that they get at one full shot. There's really no other time that they can expect to get, in their minds, a windfall of cash. And we use that cash to really help negotiate, getting them back on track. When the credits were expanded, we saw a great number of people able to sustain rents, catch up in mortgages, and just to basically pay their basic household bills. So in the absence of any federal action, this bill is greatly needed and we support. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Ann Wallerstedt. I'm the Senior Director of Government Relations with the Maryland Food Bank. So this bill is, of course, as you've heard, very impactful for poverty and childhood poverty numbers, but also for child food insecurity specifically. Food banks have a long time been supporters of the EITC and the child tax credit. And this is going to help the 35% of Marylanders who are currently finding it difficult to afford their everyday household basics, including food. And it's going to help the 1 in 3 Maryland families across all income levels who say their children are not eating enough because food is unaffordable. And of course, while this is slightly different than the federal child tax credit, some of the learnings are really helping to flesh out the illustrative impact that this bill could have in Maryland. In the weeks following a child tax credit payment back in 2021, families who were making under $35,000, their food insecurity levels were slashed. We're talking from 1 in 3 down to less than 10%. Currently, 1 out of every 2 families who are making under $35,000 are considered food insufficient. And half of Maryland families use this credit for food, which was the highest expense category that was reported. We know that families with children are more susceptible to food insecurity, and we really thank the Moore administration and the members of this committee in particular for their support of this credit over the past few years, and we would urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Julia Lemp, and I am the Advocacy and Public Policy Specialist with Capital Area Food Bank. On behalf of Capital Area Food Bank, we offer our support for Bill 552. Capital Area Food Bank serves over 200,000 food insecure and low-income residents in the 2 largest counties in Maryland, Prince George's and Montgomery. Each year, the Capital Area Food Bank releases a hunger report, which is a comprehensive look at food insecurity across our region. One key finding from our most recent hunger report was that 77% of people who screened as food insecure were employed. Comparatively, 74% of people who were food secure were employed. These statistics are nearly identical, so we have to ask, why are so many employed individuals facing food insecurity? As we all know, a number of factors are likely at play. People may be working low quality, low wage jobs, often several at a time, and the high cost of living in the area can mean that paychecks are not enough to cover necessities. Working family tax credits like the EITC and CTC are powerful tools that ensure that hardworking families are able to put food on the table. Maryland took a big step forward in supporting these families at the height of the pandemic, creating a CTC and expanding the EITC benefit for all recipients, and ensuring that ITIN filers, often immigrant families who are ineligible for many other social safety net programs, are able to access this credit. Maryland can't afford a step backward, especially for its hardworking families. That's why Capital Area Food Bank offers its support for this bill and encourages a favorable report by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the witnesses? Thank you very much. That concludes our hearing on that bill. Our next bill is Senate Bill 549, and we have Secretary Anderson and his panel, Elaine Hayes, Mary Kane, and Brad Fallon. Come on up.
Whoops.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Rosa Pep, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. For the record, my name is Kevin Anderson, Acting Secretary Kevin Anderson, and I'm here to present Senate Bill 549 on behalf of Governor Moore. In the first month on this job, I have been encouraged by just how focused Governor Moore is on bolstering Maryland's competitiveness to grow our economy in every region of the state. As everyone in this room knows, Maryland has a lot to offer. We have military bases like Aberdeen Proving Ground and Pax River, world-renowned research institutions like Johns Hopkins and the University of Maryland, many federal facilities like NIH, NSA, and NASA, and a highly skilled and educated workforce. But for far too long, Maryland has been asset-rich but strategy poor. The legislature has done great work and has created many powerful programs to build up our economy in a smart and equitable way. But we have work to do. And Senate Bill 549 is an impactful way to start. This legislation will create the Build Our Future Grant Pilot Program to leverage state dollars and provide funding to support infrastructure that houses tech-driven industries. This includes cyber ranges and SCIFs for the security sector, wet labs for cutting-edge biotech and quantum computing, manufacturing centers for next-generation production, and more. The funding set forth in this bill will provide innovative industries with the resources they need to start up and grow. Under the Moore-Miller administration, we will build an ecosystem of innovation and economic growth, and this bill sets us on that path. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration, and I ask you for a favorable report on Senate Bill 549.
Eloquent and brief. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
Please, the other witnesses.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thanks so much for having me. For the record, my name is Brad Fallon. I'm here as a Deputy Legislative Officer representing the Governor's Office on Senate Bill 549. Secretary Anderson already gave a great overview of the potential impact of the legislation, so I'm just going to get into the details before you hear from our 2 other great panelists. The bill creates the Build Our Future pilot program, which the governor has funded through his budget proposal at $10 million in fiscal year 2024. The funding can be used by the Department of Commerce to issue grants to tech-driven industries. To define eligible industries, this proposal utilizes the list of those that are eligible for the Innovation Investment Tax Credit and the Biotechnology Investment Tax Credit, the ITSE and BITSE. For the purposes of this program, the defense industry broadly is also included in the list of eligible sectors so that we can support projects like SCIFs, particularly around government facilities like military installations. The grants offered under this program can be used for innovation infrastructure, which is new construction, modifications to existing infrastructure, or costly equipment that is necessary for a tech-driven company to use a space. There is a matching requirement to receive these grants to ensure that Commerce is leveraging these public dollars to bring in private investment. Under the program, a company, nonprofit, local government, or college or university can receive up to a $1 million grant with a 2-to-1 match and up to a $2 million grant with a 4-to-1 match. In order to receive the grant, a recipient must show that the project will be completed after the matching funds and grants are all expended. If a company does not follow through with the match, the department will be able to claw back the money. By pairing this program with ITSE and BITSE and requiring matching funds, this bill seeks to help companies expand their access to capital as they start up and grow while bringing in additional private investment to the state. Lastly, by July 1st, 2026, Commerce will be required to report on the projects funded and the economic impact of the program. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions at the conclusion of the panel, but I thank you all very much and urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 546. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Rosa Pepp and members of the committee. My name is Mary Kane, and I am the President and CEO of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. We are a statewide coalition of more than 6,400 members and federated partners working to develop and promote strong public policy that ensures sustained economic health and growth for Maryland businesses, employees, and families. SB 549 provides for the Department of Commerce to award grants to approved recipients carrying out infrastructure projects intended to support the following technology sectors: advanced manufacturing, cybersecurity, defense, energy, sustainability, life sciences, and it goes on, which is wonderful. We are supporting the governor's bill for a number of reasons. It promotes entrepreneurship, whether is it a private company, a nonprofit, or a university in our state. Second, it doesn't just give out state money with no conditions. The conditions of receiving matching funds and cost share make sure that the project is viable before the funds are spent. In addition, the grant recipient must demonstrate the ability to cover the full estimated cost of the project. We support the fact that grants to universities and colleges must be performed in collaboration with private industry or be so incredible and attainable to offer significant economic impact. There are also consequences. A recipient may be subject to repayment of an amount determined by Commerce if the recipient fails to comply with the department's reporting requirements or demonstrate appropriate use of funds. The Maryland Chamber stands ready to work with the administration and the General Assembly when there is legislation that supports Maryland businesses. And this fund that encourages our citizens in every corner of this state, no matter their background, education, gender, or ethnicity, to put their creative, thoughtful ideas to work to start small businesses, enhance growing businesses, and will fund businesses built in a college dorm room or their garage, will receive our support every time. For these reasons, the Maryland Chamber of Commerce respectfully requests a favorable report on SB 549.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee, my name is Elaine Haynes, and I'm President and CEO of Calicite, a biotech startup, and I'm here in support of Senate Bill 549, the Innovation Economy and Infrastructure Act. Startups work to build the economy of tomorrow, and Maryland has a great opportunity to position itself to lead. I bring over 35 years of commercialization of complex drugs and medical devices to my role leading Calicite. Calicite means beautiful cell, and we're a biotech startup on a mission to develop a life-saving, dried, artificial red blood cell substitute for use when trauma victims need blood fast. We were founded in St. Louis, Missouri by experts in bioengineering, trauma, and military medicine. And we chose to move our company and families to Maryland to be closer to the stakeholders, investors, and talent located in the Mid-Atlantic ecosystem. Maryland has a highly skilled workforce, and this incentive will ensure that they will be able to put their skills and work to work here instead of other states that we compete with. We would not have been able to move here without the support of the University of Maryland, Baltimore, where we lease wet lab space and access specialized research equipment as a biopark affiliate. Our lab space was modified to fit our needs and supported with grant funding that made the move possible. Since moving here, I've grown my workforce from 2 to 8 highly specialized employees, and I've doubled my footprint at the university. And I look forward to moving into the new Biopark MLK building in about 2 years. Calusite is funded by a mix of federal grants from NIH, Department of Defense, and now DARPA, and investor funding. Of the $3 million in investor funding I've raised since moving here, half of that has come from the University of Maryland Momentum Fund and connections that they have facilitated. You may have heard about our work recently on the news. Calusite is part of a $46 million DARPA grant led by Calusite founder and UMB faculty member, Dr. Alan Doctor, putting Maryland on the national stage for leading development of a shelf-stable whole blood substitute. We will need increasingly specialized talent, costly and high-tech lab space, and infrastructure to bring our life-saving product to FDA through clinical trials and to market. This incentive is exactly what innovative companies like ours need to start up, locate, and grow here in Maryland. This tool will bolster Maryland's competitiveness and keep us on the national stage. Thank you for your consideration of Senate Bill 549.
Thank you very much. Any questions from any of the witnesses? Thanks a lot.
Okay.
We have 2 more witnesses, Bill Jorsch and Troy LeMail-Stovall. Please come up to the witness table and decide who wants to go first.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Bill Jorsch with the Maryland Municipal League, here today in support of Senate Bill 549. Municipalities, as you know, focus on quality of life issues, and business development certainly falls into that category. Municipalities are also excellent at leveraging grants and turning public funds into leveraging them into real tangible results, and infrastructure opportunities like this one don't come along very frequently. So we support the opportunity to take advantage of these grant opportunities to help our businesses grow in municipalities across the state. I'd like to thank the administration for prioritizing this issue and for seeing local governments as a partner in developing businesses throughout the state. So with that, ask for a favorable report.
Thank you. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Troy LeMail-Stovall. I serve as the CEO of TEDCO, your early stage technology and life science investment arm. We stand here in support of Senate Bill 549, and in particular, Commerce Secretary Kevin Anderson, who's a dear friend, an old friend of mine as well, and classmate, as well as Calusite, which is one of our investment firms. I want to read for you our mission statement. Enhance economic empowerment by fostering an inclusive and entrepreneurial innovation ecosystem to identify, invest in, and help grow Maryland technology companies and life science companies in Maryland. This bill helps us do that. This is another tool that we need in order to become more competitive and be able to reach those early stage tech companies to give them the scale that they need and the resource they need. We had a number of companies today, as I was reviewing some companies today, that are life sciences companies that don't have access to wet lab space, or it's too expensive for them to do the work that they need to do to scale. This type of bill will give us that scale and give us those opportunities. So we ask for a favorable report for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also very eloquent and brief. We appreciate it. Are there questions for the witnesses? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes the hearing on that bill. And we now go to Senate Bill 547, Broadband Expansion Incentive Act. And we have Secretary Day and his merry band, I guess. Welcome.
That's right, Mr. Vice Chairman. Very merry.
Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, honorable members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. For the record, my name is Jake Day. I'm the acting secretary of the Department of Housing and Community Development, at least for about 6 more hours. And I'm here to present Senate Bill 547 on behalf of Governor Moore. Since the early months of the COVID-19 pandemic, Marylanders have been keenly aware of the limitations that a lack of quality internet services places on a person. Whether that's a limitation placed on a child who can't access materials to help them learn, or a limitation placed on a Marylander who's out of work, who can't access the materials necessary to find the next opportunity, or on someone who wants to develop professionally, but doesn't have access to the powerful tools that can be found online. From a safety, education, workforce, equity standpoint, and simply quality of life perspective, access to the internet is essential in today's world. But for too many in Maryland, that reality is that the reality is that they simply can't access the internet from their homes because the network has yet to be built. And we know this, that if water and sewer infrastructure were the utilities that were the lifeblood of economic opportunity 150, even 25 years ago, broadband is the critical utility of economic opportunity today. And if we are sincere about deliberately adopting policies and implementing programs that are going to counteract inequities solidified by policy decisions of the past, then the universal and equitable distribution of access to broadband and participation in the knowledge economy must be one of the areas deserving action today. President Biden and Congress recognized this and passed legislation to make a once-in-a-generation investment in broadband infrastructure through grants processed by our state. This presents Maryland with an opportunity to finally build out this network and ensure that no community and no household is left behind as we bring everyone into the digital age. These federal infrastructure grants have the potential to transform our communities, but as of now, we are required to redirect some of those funds. We're the only state in our region to apply sales tax to broadband infrastructure equipment. This creates a disincentive for providers and in investing in here in Maryland, as each of our bordering states offers a 6% higher return for each dollar spent. While the cost came in high for the bill due to the unavailability of data at the time, the administration is working with partners to amend the sales tax exemption section of the bill and create a rebate program within my department to refund sales tax paid on this equipment so that the funds can be reinvested in each of our communities. This will help us control the cost of the proposal while we gain a clearer picture of the true fiscal impact. The Moore Miller administration is committed to closing the digital divide in an equitable way, and this legislation is a powerful tool to help us getting that done. Thank you for your attention, and I ask the committee to forward a favorable report.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Broderick Johnson, and I am here on behalf of Comcast Corporation in support of the Governor's Senate Bill 547, the Broadband Expansion Incentive Act of 2023. I've submitted my written testimony for the record. In my career, I've been privileged to serve in senior-most roles in government. Most recently, I was Secretary of the Cabinet for President Barack Obama and also the chairman of his My Brother's Keeper Task Force. Currently, I'm Executive Vice President for Public Policy and Executive Vice President for Digital Equity at Comcast Corporation. In my roles, I'm a leader in the company's substantial efforts to close the digital divide. That includes working with government partners such as yourselves to expand internet access to every community. Through this work and other experiences in my life, I have seen firsthand the power of internet connection and the impact it can have on families and communities. Broadband is a capital-intensive industry, and Comcast makes substantial investments in our network. This bill provides incentives that will allow broadband investments made in Maryland by internet service providers like Comcast to stretch even further our investments. The opportunity before us is transformative and unprecedented. The combination of private and public sector investments will foster the deployment of broadband infrastructure in unserved communities across the state of Maryland. The goal of achieving digital equity across this state is closer to reality. We all know that the world is rapidly changing, and to truly participate in the economy and take advantage of the employment, educational, and entrepreneurial opportunities available here now and into the future, the people of this state need reliable, high-speed broadband. As a proud native of Baltimore, I could not be more excited about the unlimited possibilities broadband can bring to residents of Charm City and across this beautiful state. As a child growing up in Baltimore, raised by hardworking parents, they made sure my sisters and me had access to encyclopedias,
where broadband is the encyclopedia of today. I know the governor is determined to make Maryland even more competitive and a state in which to live and work, and broadband for all is critical to that. Comcast shares that goal and very much appreciates this opportunity to testify in support of this legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who's going next?
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair. It's good to see you again, as well as so many colleagues who I served with here in the General Assembly. My name is Craig Rice, former state delegate, former Montgomery County Council member, former co-chair of the National Association of Counties Broadband Task Force, and former member of the Maryland Broadband Advisory Work Group. I've touched broadband and digital equity issues at both the federal, state, and local levels. I'm honored to sit next to Mr. Broderick Johnson because he is an amazing asset and resource for us, especially when it came to the Affordable Connectivity Program that you saw the Biden-Harris administration disseminate just last year. For over 2 years, the COVID-19 pandemic changed the way households, businesses, and schools across Montgomery County and in the state of Maryland operated. And it became apparent that the lack of reliable broadband was and is a major barrier to socioeconomic opportunity, education, health, and overall quality of life. Virtual education, remote work, and telehealth have become essential parts of daily life. And so now some turn to the internet to order groceries and meals, access government services, and stay in touch with family members. The reality is without broadband access, you are no longer a member of our new society. And while for many in our state and our nation with greater socioeconomic resources, that was a practicable pivot. Many others in our communities were not availed of that same privilege and became increasingly vulnerable to falling further behind due to those digital inequities. The challenge that many faced not having broadband access nor devices during the pandemic exacerbated the critical need for improved digital infrastructure. Many jurisdictions like Montgomery County took drastic steps like supporting distance learning by supplying Wi-Fi wireless hotspots to homes that needed stronger connections for students to continue with their education. And while this may have provided a quick fix for some, we look ahead to when these students and families now are a part of this new digital normal. HB 551 intends to create a more balanced broadband infrastructure throughout the state by creating sales tax rebates, utilizing federal infrastructure dollars to do more to connect all Marylanders. So many want to make sure that this is a rural or urban issue. But the reality is that we need to create a better infrastructure throughout all parts of the state of Maryland. As internet users pivot to working from home, utilizing e-commerce, our farmers utilize GPS-enabled combines and drones, and our students are now internet power users. The need for increased speeds as well as service is truly critical to our economy. We must create digital equity in our state by connecting our residents to affordable, reliable, high-speed service, ensuring that they have devices and the digital skills to help navigate them and create opportunities for them to enter into digital career pathways of our present and our future. We don't need to see any more pictures of the child that's sitting outside of the McDonald's trying to tap in to wireless internet access service because they don't have it at home. We, as a state and as a nation, cannot afford to leave anyone behind in our digital age. So I ask that you vote favorable on this legislation, which is an important part of the digital equity solution for all Marylanders. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Who's next?
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair. We have provided written testimony. So I'm just going to tell you one story and why it is so important for us to do this. I was Secretary of State for the state of Maryland and went over to Estonia in 2005 to sign an agreement with them. That's where our National Guard was actually working from. And so I get off of the plane and the person picks me up and we're going through this beautiful city of Tallinn. And she pulls out her phone and she's doing this. This is 2005, let me remind you. And I said, what are you doing? She goes, oh, that's right. You have parking meters, don't you? And then we get to my hotel and I go to pull out my computer and they're like, don't worry about it. You can use that computer anywhere in this country. You have access to all of it. And we need that. We need that in our state. We need to have access. We need to be able to do these things. I mean, it's hindering us in competitively in the nation, but also globally. People are flying by us, and it just costs more as we go on. Let's just get it done and do this for our families now. It is very, very important for our students, for the entire state, from Garrett County down to Ocean City. Every single one of them should be wired. So please, for these reasons, the Maryland Chamber of Commerce respectfully requests a favorable report on SB 547. Thank you.
Okay, you gotta move the microphone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. For the record, my name is Drew Van Dopp, and I am here in support of the Governor's Senate Bill 547, Broadband Expansion Incentive Act 2023. I serve as the president and CEO of the Maryland Broadband Cooperative, which was formed as a 501c12 not-for-profit in 2006 by the 5 Tri-County councils and empowered by state legislation to pursue a mission to mitigate the middle mile problem that has been a persistent obstacle to internet service providers being able to get high capacity broadband to all Marylanders. Over the last 17 years, we have grown from 5 to 77 active members, which includes 37 internet service providers of all shapes and sizes. We've grown from a single fiber optic cable on the Eastern Shore to owning or controlling roughly 2,500 route miles of fiber optic cable infrastructure through our many builds and partnerships across the state. We are truly part of the statewide solution for all of the ISPs in Maryland to help bring services to the people who need them. Later this year, in partnership with another Maryland company, Sienna, we will be modernizing and massively scaling the capacity of our network so that our member ISPs, who are delivering ever-increasing broadband speeds to unserved and underserved Marylanders, both rural and urban, will have sufficient middle mile transport in order to make those services efficient and reliable. In association with the state of Maryland and the Department of Housing and Community Development, as well as 6 counties, we have a pending application into the NTIA to fund the building of 172 miles of greatly needed infrastructure. Like everyone else had said, ours is an expensive and capital-intensive business. Maryland Broadband Cooperative strongly endorses Senate Bill 547 because even as a C12, we remain subject to Maryland sales taxes. And this legislation will have a material effect on our ability to increase our investment in our network due to the sales taxes savings, thereby improving our reach and the capacity we can make available for unserved and underserved Marylanders. Thank you for your time, and I respectfully ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 547.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'll keep this very brief. For the record, Brad Fallon, Deputy Legislative Officer with the Office of the Governor. As our panel stated, these are all the fantastic reasons to pass legislation, but we don't have a concrete plan in front of you at the moment because we are still developing the amendments. I just want to let you all know that I'll be reaching out in the coming weeks with the amendment and walking through the decision-making process there, and look forward to the partnership as we move this legislation. So thank you all.
Thank you. Questions for Secretary of the panel, Senator Benson?
Yeah. I'm in Prince George's County. Inside the Beltway. I am so pleased to see the representative here from Comcast. I really am glad to see you. For years, we have been talking about broadband. And if you all are wondering why many of our children are not doing well in our school system, it's because they come from communities where parents are barely able to make ends meet. And the cost of broadband in the complex apartment complexes and in many of the homes, believe it or not, it's not reachable. I'm going to ask you all, let's be a little more serious about this whole problem of broadband, because it has gotten in the way of the academic performance and the social well-being of our children and our families. The test scores in many of our counties are the way that they are is because of the absence of broadband. So we can't keep on talking about it. Let's do something about it. And I'm glad to see you all here today, Comcast, Verizon, and all of you other people who can afford to reduce some of your budget to accommodate these families that are in desperate need. It is a problem, I'm telling you all, because I'm an educator, I'm in schools and in communities, and I see the problem. So I'm asking, what are we going to do to ensure that we're serious about this whole issue of broadband, particularly for families who really need it?
Mr. Vice Chairman, may I respond? And I promise to be brief. Senator, thank you so much for saying that. I think that's the statement that needs to be made over and over again. My department has been trusted with the Office of Statewide Broadband. We have approximately $500 million, almost $600 million to deploy. But that's not just infrastructure, because once the last 4% of Marylanders have a line in front of their house, we have a lot of work to do on equity and inclusion, a lot of work to do. And I think your point is one that is not lost on me. It's one of the areas that I assess to be of greatest risk within my department, and risk not because we don't have the staff capability or capacity to deploy those monies, but risk because the stakes are so high for children in Maryland. You're 100% right. And one of the things that we're going to be working on doing is developing a very deliberate plan that explains how we're going to close those gaps in the neighborhoods most in need in the state. So, Senator, I look forward to talking to you more about that in the future.
Mr. Vice Chairman and Senator.
Yes, ma'am. That's right. Gorgeous Prince George's. I look forward to that. Thank you, Senator.
Terrific.
Senator,
Sir, you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you very much for your comments about Comcast. I joined 18 months ago in this very senior role overseeing digital equity. I was convinced to come do this job because I believe that Comcast has been very committed to offering broadband to income constrained or lower income families for over 10 years. Well, one of the things we learned, even when people have broadband access, the deployment is there, it's virtually ubiquitous across the state. There's a problem with people being aware of the fact that they can get broadband. And as a result of the subsidies now provided by President Biden's bill, there are hundreds of thousands of families across the state of Maryland who can get broadband from us and other providers for free. And there's a lack of awareness about that, and there's a lack of training. And we are committed to do all that we can to make people aware that they can get broadband subsidies and use it to get broadband from us. But then we got to help with the digital skills training too, so people know what to do. The devices are important too. So we're all in, and thank you for your comments, and it's great to be here.
Are there other questions from members of the committee? I have one for the secretary.
Yes, sir.
We're all in for broadband. I mean, there's vociferous agreement about what we're trying to accomplish here. But as you indicated, it's complicated. And financially, it's complicated. You've got federal money. We put in hundreds of millions of dollars at the state level 2 years ago. All kinds of sources of money. When I first heard about this proposal, it struck me as a very untargeted way to help move broadband forward, to simply provide an across-the-board sales tax exemption for anything related to broadband. That may overstate anything related to broadband, but you get my point. So I gather you're going back to the drawing board and you're coming up with some other subsidy. I would just encourage you when you do that to think about targeting it for maximum effect. So the marginal value, not money for everybody just because we like broadband. And secondly, show us how this money would relate to all the other money.
Mr. Vice Chairman, two thoughts on that. One, I think I would characterize this as almost low-hanging fruit in the sense that we needed to set the competitive stage such that Maryland wasn't at a disadvantage. Untargeted in that it's broad, yes, but targeted in that it needed to happen early compared to future actions we're going to take. This is something that we must do. We must be competitive with our neighboring states within the region. That being said, your point is well taken. It's something that I'll take to heart as we develop policies moving forward. And I think when you look at the challenge ahead of us, it is not a broad and wholesale challenge. It is something that needs to be targeted. There are neighborhoods. This is a mapping problem, right? This is a geographic problem. There are neighborhoods, there are households, there are parts of this state that desperately need the infrastructure. They are rural, they are suburban, and they are urban. And I'm a big believer in making decisions with the data mapped in front of you, applied and mapped in front of you. And so within my department, that's something that we're working hard to do to drive our decision-making process moving forward.
Look forward to seeing what you come back with. Brad, did you want to comment?
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, thank you. Just to build off the Secretary's comments, the targeted nature of this is that so many states, including all of our regional partners, every state that borders Maryland, already exempts completely this sales tax. And so what that means is that as we have this once in a generational opportunity, and with these federal funds coming down to truly build out our broadband networks and make sure that we have every community in the state connected, every dollar spent goes 6% further in West Virginia or Pennsylvania or Delaware than it does here at a time when costs are increasing. We're not going to get another $200 million from the federal government. So the way that we're looking at this is, okay, let's make sure that in this moment, for these next 5 years, as we roll this out, we're seizing upon this moment and making sure at the end, we're not saying, man, I wish we really would have spent that money better. That's the targeted nature of the bill. As the Secretary mentioned earlier, we're looking now into a rebate program instead of a broad exemption. That's just to set the cost. Frankly, the very talented folks who put together the fiscal note and our very talented friends at the Bureau of Revenue Estimates just don't have the data right now, and that's something we're going to have to produce. That doesn't change the underlying reasoning for the bill, but it does allow us to control it as we do some budget planning.
Well, let me just respond to that, and I'll call in Senator Quarterman. All of Maryland isn't targeted. And so I get your point, but that's why I say when you come back, if you can show us how it relates to the rest of the money and think about how we can make whatever money we spend through this, we make it go as far as we can. Appreciate it. Senator Quarterman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just kind of piggybacking off a little what you said and some of the statements, Secretary, and I appreciate that when you're coming back with some of this targeted approach, as someone who represents a more rural part of our state, when we talk about broadband expansion, obviously our focus is more on that rural broadband expansion. I appreciate the gentleman from Comcast being here sincerely. We don't have Comcast where I live. We don't have FiOS. We're lucky if there's one provider, and that one provider only serves a very small subset of individuals in our whole county. The farther west you go, much like on the shores, I'm sure you have as well. The lack of providers is just a lack of. So I guess as you're kind of circling back and looking at that kind of targeted approach that the chair referenced, that we're really looking at some of those areas that just, quite frankly, the infrastructure is not there at all, and be able to find opportunities to really build upon that in the particular rural areas. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Senator, just if I may, Comcast, competition is a good thing. And so all we can do to ensure that there is competition in the marketplace in every corner of the state is something that I'll continue to support.
Senator, I just wanted to let you know as well that when it comes to the National Association of Counties and our Broadband Task Force report that represents thousands of counties across this nation, including rural ones, we've dealt with this very issue and have a comprehensive plan for folks to encourage and support businesses. I think that part of it is what we've seen here. The incentive actually gives more different companies opportunities to come in and compete because we're now on equal footing. And so this is one part. I just want to be very clear. This is one part of what should be a comprehensive plan when it comes to enhancing broadband access, affordability, and reliability throughout the state. And I know that those recommendations are ones that have been given to the secretary as well as to the governor. It's something that the National Association of Counties, I know I was a part of it, for 3 years put together to deal with this. And so there are recommendations that we have, but also when it comes to data, I will tell you that the FCC is slated to come back with data in terms of underserved neighborhoods. So, Mr. Vice Chair, this speaks to your point, utilizing Test IT. This Test IT app was an app that was designed by the National Association of Counties. It actually utilizes up-down speeds that folks have downloaded an app onto their phone. And we've actually been able to provide some really concrete data in terms of actual service speeds for individuals across this country, not just here in Maryland. The FCC has actually granted us the ability to be able to give that information to the FCC. And so we're hoping to see that information reflected in what the FCC now comes out with their new maps in June. And so from that perspective, we are on the pathway. But the key is we have to have all of these things that are in place to make this happen. This is not just happening here in Maryland. This is happening across this country and something that's incredibly important.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for members of the panel? Going once, going twice? Thank you all very, very much. Look forward to your proposal. We have, I think, 3 or 4 more witnesses. We have Charlotte Davis, Matthew Teffo, Tammy Bresnahan, and Brian Levine. Mary King just testified. She
Never said her name.
I understand. She was a surprise witness on that panel. She was supposed to be, but we were glad to see her. We're glad to see all of you as well. Again, decide your order.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Vice Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Charlotte Davis. I'm the Executive Director of the Rural Maryland Council. We're here in support of Senate Bill 547. As you may recall, I served as the chair of the task force for rural internet, broadband, wireless, and cellular service in 2017 and 2018. We issued a report in 2018, and this was one of the recommendations that we included in that. We believe that the tax incentives included under this bill will help lower the cost of broadband deployment across the state, and will also incentivize and encourage our smaller ISPs to take on the debt that's necessary in order to make these deployment happen. The lack of broadband in rural areas is our greatest challenge. It crosses across every industry sector, from education, employment, and healthcare. So anything we can do to help support those families in need, we're in support of, and we ask for your favorable support of Senate Bill 547. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Tammy Bresnahan. I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy for ARP Maryland. We are definitely in support of Senate Bill 547 broadband expansion. And we believe that everyone should have affordable, reliable, high-speed internet access in the home, regardless of such factors as geography, race, ethnicity, income, age, and ability level. This includes people living in, and most definitely in, underserved communities like the Eastern Shore and Western Maryland and Baltimore City. ARP believes that policymakers should consider using grants, loans, tax credits, and other incentives to ensure that as many people as possible receive the benefits of high-speed internet. We know how important this is. I was on a call the other day with a gentleman from Kent County who said that there were some things laid, but there were pipes sticking out of the ground. So there really is a need to make sure that people have access. And we asked the committee for a favorable report on Senate Bill 547.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Matt Defoe, here on behalf of Chop Tank Electric Cooperative. As a cooperative, Chop Tank maintains a deep commitment to the communities that we serve, which includes 2/3 of the Eastern Shore. In 2021, we launched Chop Tank Fiber LLC, a wholly owned subsidiary broadband company, to serve our members who did not have high-speed, reliable internet. Within a short amount of time, we are now serving close to 1,500 members in 6 different counties on the Eastern Shore. And we have completed our FY21 state grants in 14 months. Those grants are normally awarded a 3-year time to be completed. So we were really proud on those accomplishments. In closing to some of your remarks, Mr. Vice Chair, we did a quick cost analysis. If this bill were to have been passed before FY21 grants, it would have been a cost saving of $300,000. In the terms of where we serve our communities on the Eastern Shore, there would have been an additional 300 homes served. So I want to make that point. I'm glad you brought it up. And in closing, we support SB 547. Ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee, Mr. Vice Chair. For the record, my name is Brian Levine, and I am with the Montgomery County Chamber of Commerce, and we're here in strong support of Senate Bill 547. We appreciate Governor Moore and the administration introducing this bill. We're in support of this bill because we believe that fast, reliable, and broadband is economic necessity in Maryland, and not just in Montgomery County or the Metro Maryland region, but the entire state of Maryland. And I appreciate the comments that you made, Mr. Chair, about making sure that this bill provides the broadest range of benefits to the entire state. Look, my written testimony is in front of you. We get into some of the reasons why we support it. We think it's an economic necessity. I won't get into that. I will just leave it there, Mr. Vice Chair, and say that the Montgomery County Chamber, again, is in strong support of this bill, and we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Going once, going twice? Thank you very much. It wasn't something you said. The next bill is Senate Bill. I'm sorry.
I just want to say for the audience that we have several committee members that have bills in other committees. That's why they're running around and doing that. So it's not because they're not interested. Thank you.
Good point. Thanks, Senator. The next bill is Senate Bill 183, and we have one witness, Secretary Grady, with her sidekick, Mr. Nicole.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Helene Grady. I'm Acting Secretary of Budget and Management, and Mark Nicole, Deputy Secretary of Budget and Management, is here with me this afternoon. We are here to testify in support of the administration's Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act of 2023. We've submitted written testimony, which we hope you all have. The only thing I would note is that we are proposing one amendment to the bill as introduced to repeal a provision requiring the repayment of the local reserve account over a 15-year period. Appropriations included in the fiscal year 23 and 2024 budgets complete the repayment early, so we would advise that it is appropriate to remove that requirement. We're happy to talk through any questions you have.
Questions from members of the committee? Going once, going twice? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was painless. Next bill is Senate Bill 661. And we have the controller and I guess a panel with the controller.
Yes.
So everyone come up
Great.
if there are enough chairs.
Good afternoon. Great to be here. Ready?
Yep.
Great. Great to see you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you so much for giving me time today to discuss Senate Bill 661. Also want to extend well wishes to Chair Gazone. This is the first time that I have presented testimony on legislation before the General Assembly as comptroller, so go easy on me. But I'm very glad to be here today. This is not a bill about my office. This is a bill about tax fairness and about our tax administration being more transparent and open. I'm here today to fulfill that commitment by being an advocate for fairness in our system. This bill corrects an issue with unemployment insurance, where Marylanders who applied in 20 or 2021 were penalized with a tax payment when their benefit payments were delayed
until 2022, when they should have been exempted under the Relief Act if they would have been paid on time. So the origin of this bill actually goes back to my time in the House of Delegates, that body across the street from you. When a constituent, Mr. Jeff Carmen, who has also submitted written testimony, called my office in mid-2022 for assistance with his unemployment insurance, an event that I know all of you experienced as well. Mr. Carmen called because his payments had unexpectedly stopped in 2021, and he wanted to know what he could do about it. So after a few phone calls, we were able to reinstate his unemployment payments, and he received his back pay. But that did not start until 2022, despite being approved in 2021, which meant that under the provisions of the Relief Act that all of us passed, his checks would now be subject to that 7% tax. After speaking with the Department of Labor, we learned that there were thousands of people like Mr. Carmen whose benefits arrived too late to qualify for the Relief Act exemption due to no fault of their own. Those thousands of people who waited to get their unemployment benefits are who this bill will make whole by creating a one-time rebate that mirrors the tax exemption established by the Relief Act that this body passed several years ago. This issue, in fact, reaches every corner of the state and could impact more than 80,000 Marylanders. Those Marylanders were effectively denied approximately $250 per person, just shy of the economic impact payments that were also part of the Relief Act through no fault of their own. So this bill, the Relief Act exempted unemployment insurance payments from state taxes as long as they were paid out in 2020 and 2021, reflecting the urgency of the moment. Making this exemption temporary was a sensible thing to do. This bill creates a one-time rebate, and it is not an insignificant amount of money for Maryland families struggling with the effects. However, it will maintain our state's long-term financial health by making it a one-time payment. As a delegate, I was proud to support the Relief Act, and as comptroller, I'm here today to make sure that the tax relief envisioned for folks like Mr. Carmen that we pass in the Relief Act ends up in the pockets of all Marylanders who earned it. I urge a favorable report on SB 661. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to present testimony today. My name is Betty Cole Stamen. I am the chairperson of the Committee on Professional Regulation and Legislative Affairs for the Maryland Society of Accountants and Tax Professionals. I'm replacing Giovanni Hawkins, who had a prior commitment. The Maryland Society of Accountants and Tax Professionals has 2,000 CPAs and professional tax members, and we represent over 700,000 Maryland residents. We support Senate Bill 661. The purpose of the Relief Act, as Comptroller Lerman said, was to provide economic relief to individual taxpayers affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. The delay at the Maryland Department of Labor in processing unemployment claims was outside the control of individual taxpayers who were applying and receiving unemployment benefits. Maryland follows and uses the legal concept called the mailbox rule, that is used when determining when an item is received and considered timely filed. Thus, when the payment is received will not be the determining factor in a payment's taxability as it is presently being handled. Rather, the taxability of an item is determined at the time the application for unemployment is received, not when it is paid. We applaud the Maryland legislature for acknowledging how the above referenced performance affected so many Maryland residents. While we believe the solution proposed herein does not quite make those whole who were adversely affected, we find the proposed solution a creative way to attempt to right a wrong. Therefore, we support and have a favorable report on Senate Bill 661.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Robin McKinney. I'm the co-founder and CEO, I'm just gonna hold that, of the Cash Campaign of Maryland. Cash stands for Creating Asset Savings and Hope, and we promote economic advancement for low to moderate income individuals and families in Baltimore City and across the state. More than half of our clients earn less than $20,000, with many earning less than $10,000 a year. This bill will ensure that UI claimants that applied for benefits in 2020 and 21, but received the payments in 22 will still receive the tax exemption granted in the Relief Act. Unemployment protects families by supplementing a part of their income when they're unemployed. It not only ensures that they have basic necessities, but also helps reconnect people to the workforce by combating different barriers that they see. The pandemic shut down many industries and led thousands of people seeking unemployment due to layoffs. This unprecedented effect on the economy led the General Assembly to waive the taxes for UI claimants. As an organization that does taxes for free, we are seeing a lot of people come in now who are telling us actually that they received their benefits late and what is going to happen to them. So we know that for these families, even just what could be a couple $100 more for others will have a significant impact again for a lot of our households who earn less than $20,000. Senate Bill 661 will ensure that UI claimants who experience hardships during the height of the pandemic will be made whole. And so we urge your favorable report of Senate Bill 661.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. Again, I am Callie Schumitz with the Maryland Center on Economic Policy here in strong support of SB 661. Because one of our top priorities is making Maryland's tax system more equitable. SB 661 is a straightforward, common sense bill that restores a tax benefit that some workers who went through a period of unemployment missed out on through no fault of their own. This committee and the General Assembly did the right thing in 2021 when you passed the Relief Act and decided to exempt unemployment insurance payments from the state income tax, given the extraordinary circumstances that were taking place at the start of the pandemic. However, as you all well know, there were massive administrative challenges that left some workers waiting months for the benefits that they were owed and desperately needed. Then those who had to wait until 2022 to receive their payments were not eligible for the Relief Act tax benefit that you all intended them to have. While it is too late to undo the months of hardship and anxiety unemployed workers faced as they waited for delayed benefits, SB 661 would make a meaningful difference for workers by restoring the tax benefits that they lost. And just add that as we were talking about with the Family Prosperity Act earlier, low and moderate income households who would be the most likely to be receiving these payments are very likely to immediately spend these rebates on necessities, which is good for our communities and local businesses as well. So we ask for a favorable report on SB 661. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee. I'm Tammy Bresnahan, the Senior Director of Advocacy for AARP Maryland. It's a pleasure to be here in support of Senate Bill 661. I'd just like to say that yesterday we attended the Comptroller's press conference on her package, and she is looking at her new position as an opportunity through a new lens to help all Marylanders, and we applaud her for doing that. This is the first time in 50 years that older adults are experiencing higher unemployment than mid-career workers. Our research shows that higher rate is not just the result of older people choosing not to work, but because they were either laid off and or couldn't work during the pandemic and then are not being rehired, probably because of their age. The job losses that older adults experienced during the pandemic will have dire consequences for their financial security during retirement, causing them to lose the opportunity to build savings right away when they have fewer years to recover that income. ARP believes that during recessions, economic recoveries, Congress and states should provide additional safety net benefits. Policymakers should explore new and innovative approaches to address unemployment and unemployment benefits, which we think Senate Bill 661 does. ARP believes that states should adopt reforms and provide financial assistance to those who are unemployed during the pandemic and received unemployment. ARP believes that Senate Bill 661 does that, and we ask the committee for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for members of the panel? Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
That concludes our hearing on that bill. Our next bill is Senate Bill 465, Senator Washington. Senator Washington here? There you are.
Can my panel come up?
Absolutely.
Hey. Great. I'll just sit here. I'll be with me for a little bit.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone's doing great. I am Senator Mary Washington. I'm pleased to present for your consideration Senate Bill 465, the Commission to Study Establishing a Baltimore Regional Transit Authority. So that's establishing a authority. You're going to hear another bill that's about setting up a commission. Even when I just looked at it recently, I said, wait, is this the same bill? No. So I'm before you today to ask for your favorable consideration. So the perennial question has been whether or not there should be a Baltimore, in the Baltimore region, whether we should establish some type of transit authority similar to WMATA. Currently, mass transit in the Baltimore region is provided by the Maryland Transit Administration, and that's a state agency. And there has been a major question and discussion point since the cancellation of the red line, exactly what the role should be around self-determination when it comes to regional lines. Now, we do have some existing boards, and I just want to give you just a little bit of a background so that you can understand that we're not just jumping into this conversation midstream, that it is in fact something that has been going on and evolving over time. Now, there is a Baltimore Regional Transportation Board, and that is what you call an MPO, or the Metropolitan Planning Organization for the Baltimore region. And that MPO, MPO is the policy board that's designated to carry out metropolitan transportation planning process, right? Now, MPOs are designated by agreement between the governor and local governments. And together they make sure that at least 75% of the affected population is able to be represented in those entities. When submitting a transportation improvement plan, so the state has to submit a transportation plan for inclusion in a statewide program, the MPO, or in our case, the Baltimore Regional Transportation Board, self-certifies that they have met all the federal requirements. Now, the BRTB is directly responsible for ensuring that any federal money spent on existing and future transportation projects is based on a continuing, cooperative, and comprehensive planning process. Now, there are those who would like to improve upon this process and say, well, maybe it's not quite enough. So our Baltimore Regional Transit Governance Funding Study aims to develop alternatives to how the region could structure, organize, fund a regional transit service. Now, one of the criticisms about the existing process is that there is a lack of transparency regarding planning and funding decisions. I mean, this body has passed a number of bills around that to sort of uncover the mysterious process about how funding happens when it comes to our transit system. One of the big concerns in our region, and we don't feel there's been enough attention to it, is the ongoing maintenance problems. MTA buses and trains have some of the highest breakdown rates in the nation. And there also has been a lack of an expansion or an improvement in our lines since 1997. Let's think about that. Of the 50 largest transit agencies in the country, the MTA is the only one that is part of a state Department of Transportation without a board of directors, where decision-making lies solely with the governor. Now, last session, we did pass HB 1336 to create a Baltimore Transit Governance Funding Commission. And the bill was intended to explore the current lay of the land of the region. Now, unfortunately, our governor at that time vetoed that bill. However, our presiding officers and transit policy experts and consumers and local officials felt it was too important to just put that off for another year. So we convened and with staffing provided by Baltimore Metropolitan Council, a formal work group was established made up of leaders from Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Anne Arundel County, and Howard County. Now, Delegate Bridges chaired the group along with, well, we sort of had some co-chair situations going on. And I was the Senate representative to serve on the group. Together, the group spent all interim, we met quite a number of times and did extensive deep dives on the history of the transportation system, alternatives in the transportation system. We looked at 5 different models, and still, while we had some recommendations, we felt that it would be important to continue that study with the sanctioning and the authority of the legislative authority. And so this bill, which is a recommendation of that group, would establish the commission to study the establishment of the Baltimore Regional Transit Authority. We would define purpose and goals of a transit authority. We would explore how a regional transit authority could serve the needs of community and support economic development, which is very key to transportation in the region. It would also outline specific powers and responsibilities if we were to develop a transit authority. Like, how could we allow for the acquisition and operation of other transit authorities or other transit operations? How might that work? Could it levy fees and taxes? Could it enter into contracts? These are all things that we would consider as this group to explore the governance and structure of a transit authority. Identify all the potential impacts on existing labor and service contracts. Labor unions and workers were a part of this work group. Every dimension of public transportation was represented on the work group. And identify potential funding sources. And most importantly, in contrast to the existing system, have a very clear way of getting the input from stakeholders, and a role for stakeholders from local jurisdictions, employers, businesses, hospitals, transit riders. All of these are people who need to be considered so that we can answer those big questions about whether or not we should move forward. Now, if the study ends up calling for an authority, if we get started this year, there's time to move forward on that. So my colleagues, you can see for yourself the composition of the study. I know that there is a letter of information from our MDOT and MTA. Look forward to having some conversations about that number, but we don't believe, as we actually engaged in this process probably for a good 6 to 7 months, and I think it came nowhere near the fiscal note that was, nowhere near, not even in the same universe of what is needed to explore this issue. And to that point, so much has already been done in the last 2 years that if MDOT takes it on, or any of our DLS staff, or whoever we decide to contract, would not be starting from zero. So again, this is my panel. You probably recognize a lot of them, but I will just say, I'll start with, at the end, you have Claudia Wilson-Randall. She's with the Community Development Network. We have my good friend, John Laria. Venable? No, what's your? Ballot Spar, excuse me. You see, it's either one or the other, right? Of course, Mike Kelly, with Baltimore Metro Council, and our good friend, County Executive Calvin Ball. County Executive Pittman was going to appear as well, but he had to attend to other duties. Thank you all. And after my panel talks, I will be happy to answer questions.
Terrific. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Madam Senator. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Rosa Pepp and esteemed members of the committee. I'm honored to be sitting before you today, not only as your Howard County Executive, but as Chair of the Baltimore Metropolitan Council, or BMC. I'm here to express my support for Senate Bill 465, which came up as Senator Washington said, from the governing work group. I just want to commend Senator Washington for her vision and all of the various co-sponsors for their work on this initiative. The bill before you would create an exploratory body to study establishing this Baltimore Regional Transit Authority in response to the recommendations. Now, as Senator Washington noted, last year, you passed House Bill 1336. which formed this legislative commission. And so as a result, BMC formed the work group in July to address the issues raised in House Bill 1336. Members were appointed from 4 jurisdictions as well as the legislature and the business community and labor. As your chair of the BMC, on behalf of Mayor Scott, County Executive Olszewski, and County Executive Pittman, I'm happy to offer my support for from our local governments on this legislation. All our communities expect bold leadership from elected representatives, but they also expect a voice to be deliberative, transparent, and accountable in the decision-making process. The cancellation of the red line blocked funding, growth, and opportunity that would have helped firm up economic foundation for these communities in the Baltimore region for decades to come. Our system here in Maryland allowed this decision to go unchecked. The oversight structure outlined in these bills would provide an important guardrail with stakeholders from communities across the region, building consensus on major transit decisions. Local communities have a seat at the table at every successful transit agency around our great nation. We've fallen behind, but it's not too late. These bills provide a path for setting a new standard in transit governance and finally delivering for our communities on this. With that, I ask that you support Senate Bill 465. Thank you so much for your attention and consideration.
Thanks a lot. Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Mike Kelly. I'm the Executive Director of BMC. For folks who are not aware, we're the Regional Council of Governments in Baltimore. We're the equivalent of the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. And as has been said, our board of directors, which includes County Executive Ball, the mayor and county executives around the region, as well as Delegate Bridges and Senate President Ferguson, asked us to undertake this study to do part of the work that the legislation from last year was supposed to do. So the sort of nuts and bolts of it are that the work group did not come to a decision about whether or not a transit authority is absolutely necessary. There's a lot of major questions. The one main benefit we have at MTA is the connection to state government. That's something that transit agencies around the country sort of wish they had. The other pieces, the lack of a board, the lack of local accountability, are missing. So we put forth out of this work group 3 bills to address a range of problems. One of them creates a commission over MTA that's being heard in finance, I believe, in 2 weeks. And then there's this study bill. And what this study bill is really supposed to do is 2-pronged. First, to come to a determination about whether or not an independent authority is the way to go. And that is a huge decision. If the work group comes to that decision and decides that an independent authority is the way to go, and that would mean input from county executives, from MDOT, from stakeholders, from a whole range of people, then there's a long list of sort of thorny questions that need to be worked out and recommended by this work group. So it's by no means a fait accompli that an independent authority is the right way to go. There's a lot of challenges there as well as a lot of benefits. And this work group is really intended to figure out if that is the right move and then chart a path forward about the right way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, it's great to see you again. Members of the committee, I'm John Larry. I have many good friends at the Venable firm, but I am the managing partner of Ballard Spahr's Baltimore office. We're a national law firm with offices in Baltimore and DC, and we have a practice that includes all of Maryland. I'm also the chair of the Transportation and Mobility Committee of the Greater Baltimore Committee, which is a 68-year-old organization whose members are the largest businesses and institutions in Greater Baltimore, plus many others. I was fortunate to be a business community representative on the BMC work group that led to this bill. With our counterparts at the Greater Washington Partnership, last year we launched the Baltimore's Transit Future campaign, which intends to create a world-class transit system in Greater Baltimore. The campaign is supported by more than 65 businesses, anchor institutions, nonprofits, and labor organizations ready to partner with the public sector on transit, and I think you have some written testimony from a number of them. The campaign, importantly, commits CEOs and other leadership from the business and institutional community to something that is critically important to our tens of thousands of employees who need a reliable, safe, and equitable way to get to work and return home and access essential services like shopping and medical care and so on. Transit improvements are also essential for the region's inclusive growth and shared prosperity. The lack of collaboration
which you've heard about, between state and local leaders into the planning, funding, and operations of the Baltimore region's transit system has hampered, truly hampered, the development of a 21st century regional transit system that can adequately support economic growth and workforce development and mobility, and especially the needs of the region's most disenfranchised communities. So via the commission that the bill would create, the bill would help ensure that the governance and funding structure of the transit system is, one, consistent with national best practices, and two, more responsive to the needs of the region's residents, businesses, and institutions, and the local governments who serve them. The time for action is now. Thank you for your time.
The bell rang. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Claudia Wilson Randall. I am the Executive Director of the Community Development Network of Maryland. And thank you so much for your time today. And I want to speak strongly in favor of Senate Bill 465. I have submitted my written testimony, but there are just a couple of points that I want to make, some which I have made before with this committee. One, it's really important that we get moving literally and figuratively on transportation in the region. We need to align decision-making and resources. I think over time in the last 20 years, there's been a lot of lack of alignment within the region. And so we need to figure out how we get focused and aligned and we line up resources so that people in this region can have access to opportunity. If we are serious about building a state with opportunity, and I think this legislative body is serious about that, then we have got to figure out transportation within the Baltimore region. We can't let this go. We can't let any more time go by without figuring this out. We have missed a lot of opportunities to connect resources, and we can't miss any more. It's just an urgent issue, and it's urgent for our region's health. It's urgent for our region's economic development. It's urgent for education. The intersection of this issue with other urgent issues within the state is just cannot be missed. I think it also, the proposal for a regional commission is also a win-win for everyone. And just to think about what could be achieved in the future. So with that, I just want to thank you for your time and urge your further study on Senate Bill 465.
Thank you. Senator Elfreth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, thank you for bringing this bill about. I think we've been dancing around this issue for many years about a regional approach. So thank you. The governor has identified $500 million in his budget for to be determined transportation projects. And just looking at your fiscal note, I just ask if you've had any conversations with the governor's office to carve out some of that $500 million to dedicate to this purpose. I think that would be a smart move.
Yes. I don't know that I agree with the costs that the MDOT laid out, but it was communicated to us that it would come out of the transportation budget. They would accommodate it.
Thank you.
They also asked for it, which I neglected to mention in my opening remarks. I have read their ask for clarification, some amendments around that. So would love to work with the committee to clarify those two items that they raised.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for the senator or members of the panel? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have, I think, two more witnesses.
Yes, Brian Wimble was supposed to be on my board. Yeah, he was actually supposed to, but yes.
I'm sorry.
No, we're fine. We can bring everything.
We have Brian O'Malley and Anna Ellis.
Yes, I was supposed to. Brian Winville was part of my panel. I apologize.
Oh, he's
welcome to just join this group here.
He's welcome to come up.
Great, thank you.
And Brian O'Malley and Anna Ellis. Great.
Great.
Please proceed in whatever order you'd like to.
Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of SB 465 with amendments. My name is Brian Wyville, and I'm the Legislative and Political Director of the Maryland State and District of Columbia AFL-CIO. On behalf of Maryland's 300,000 union members and those especially at the Maryland Transit Administration, I offer the following comments. SB 465 creates a commission that will study and make recommendations on the creation of a new Baltimore Regional Transit Authority. This is a great step forward for the region and something that we should all strongly support. The composition of this study commissions have long-term effects on their recommendations, and as such, we applaud the inclusion of transit labor representatives on the study commission, but do not understand why their seat is non-voting. The decisions of this study group will have a massive impact on the thousands of members of ATU Local 1300. It seems unnecessary to downgrade the seat of the very people with the day-to-day expertise on how MTA works in Baltimore to a non-voting member of this commission. Last year's HB 1336, passed by both the House of Delegates and the Senate, included a full voting seat for ATU Local 1300. Two transit worker representatives fully participated in the Baltimore Metropolitan Council's Transit Governance and Funding Work Group that was initiated after Governor Hogan's veto of HB 1336. Transit system reorganizations are incredibly complicated, and that's why we encourage you to take the step forward to pass this commission, making sure that all of the delicate details of this transition are taken seriously. Simple changes or proposals that may seem innocent can have disastrous effects for the working conditions, pension obligations, or federal funding eligibility of a new transit system. That's why this bill does such a great job at making sure these issues are taken seriously. Transit workers deserve a full voice and vote at the table, especially when it is their future careers this commission is discussing. So as such, we strongly support the bill, but propose striking as a non-voting member from line 3 of page 2 of Senate Bill 465. And we urge the committee to issue a favorable report with amendments.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Ellis. I've been riding the transit system in Baltimore my entire life, and I'm retired now, but I still ride the system a couple times a week. I want to thank the sponsors of SB 465 for introducing this important legislation. The Baltimore region must control the governance of the transit system because over 50 years of governance, state governance, has not produced a reliable system. Of the 50 largest transit systems in the country, MTA stands alone in not having a board of governors or directors, and where the decision-making lies solely with the governor. I'm a regular rider who just wants buses and trains to be reliable. Too often that does not happen. The number 94 bus I take from my house in Hamden frequently does not show up at all. My transit log showed that on 16 possible trips on the 94 bus, only 6 were on time. 2 were more than 2 minutes early, 1 was late, and 7 times the bus didn't show up at all. It's not just my bus. Aries for Transit compiles data which measures performance for Washington and Baltimore region transit systems. According to their data, the MTA overall no-show rate for the last 3 months was 23%. The consequences of unreliable service are workers late for work, students late for school, patients missing medical appointments. While the pandemic probably made the reliability problem worse, it by no means began with the pandemic. I have correspondence with MTA from 20 years ago complaining about reliability issues on this very same bus line. I believe that regional control of the transit system will make it more accountable to the local community. Clearly, state governance is failing to provide reliable public transportation to the Central Maryland region. I request a favorable report for SB 465. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. My name is Brian O'Malley. I'm the president of the Central Maryland Transportation Alliance and Advocacy Organization based in Baltimore. I'm also here representing the Transform Maryland Transportation Coalition, which is made up of individuals like Anna, as well as organizations like mine, environmental advocates, education advocates, and folks from all different perspectives around the state. And we support this bill. We think it's a significant step forward. We want to thank Senator Washington and her colleagues on the work group she mentioned for meeting and working diligently throughout the fall to study the issue and come up with the recommendations. I won't repeat some of the things said about the problems, but I want to talk about highlight a few things. One is Ms. Randall on the panel before us talked about the urgency. And I want to underscore that this is taking a long time to work through this process. There are a lot of things that need to be studied carefully, but we've also been at this for a number of years, producing reports, convening work groups. And so want this to proceed with all due haste, and hopefully they'll brief you next year so you're ready to act when they complete their work. We also want to urge appointing people who use public transportation to the commission. It's too common that we convene commissions about public transportation and lack the perspectives of people who actually ride the system. Likewise, for labor, we stand with the folks from ATU that they have an important perspective that should be included. And so we urge the commission to be made up with folks, riders with disabilities, riders who represent environmental justice communities. These are important perspectives that should be represented on the commission and then on the BRTA board once it's formed. I'll thank you with that.
Thank you very, very much. Committee members, yes, Senator McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Washington. I guess first just wanted to say to the ATU rep, thank you for putting that forward. 100% agree that good products come with diverse voices. Senator Washington, just wanted to get a comment if that's something that you're open to in reference to the piece about the disabilities.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
It could not have been there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Thank you very much. Thanks.
We'll transition on the team here this afternoon. We're trying to fill in for our able-bodied chairman, so bear with us. Okay, the next bill on our agenda this afternoon is Senate Bill 501. Senator Washington.
Get to spend a good amount of time with you all today. Good, everyone. I believe I have a panel for this as well, if they would like to come up. Oh, actually, I just have Sonia, the CEO of Baltimore County Public Schools, Public Libraries. Thank you. Great. Yeah, okay. I thought I had more than that. Thank you. Good to see you. Good afternoon, committee. I'm here, Senator Mary Washington again, to ask for a favorable report for Senate Bill 501, Aging Infrastructure Capital Improvement Grant Program. This bill will help our libraries and help our patrons in a number of ways. One, to gain digital skills, access to new technologies, pursue vocational and educational programs, and so much more. To truly understand our Maryland libraries, I'm going to share with you the mission statement of the Maryland State Library. The mission of the MSLA is to provide leadership and consultation in technology, training, marketing, funding, resource sharing, research, and planning so that Maryland libraries can fulfill their mission now and in the future for the people of Maryland. Libraries in Maryland function much like our education system. They are driven primarily by localized branches, rules, and funding, and that varies from county to county. Each municipality views and uses its library system slightly differently, but there is a shared mission to help the communities they serve. Maryland's youth utilize libraries, much like their schools, as hubs of knowledge and resources and expression, a safe environment, and a place to engage in art and culture. We justifiably spend hundreds of millions of years on our school systems, and yet our libraries are left behind. Libraries are perfect and necessary partners for our schools. When students are not at school, they have a place to go, to learn, to relax, to socialize, feel safe, and as I said, express themselves. So we must treat libraries with the respect and funding they deserve as educational centers and pillars of our community. The purpose of SB 501 is to provide funds for our county library systems to address the aging infrastructure and capital needs identified in their 2022 statewide facility needs. And those of you who have been here as long as I, and maybe half that amount of time, when we came upon this perennial issue in our public systems, our public schools, the aging infrastructure in our schools. And we just knew that the allocations, while helpful, just was not sufficient in the volume to really address decades of underinvestment. Our Maryland has 24 public libraries, one in each county. More than half of Maryland's 190 public libraries are over 25 years old. And here are just a few of the examples of the dire straits of our public libraries. 19 need new roofs, 24 need HVAC systems, 37 require significant technology upgrades, 55 need renovations at an estimated cost of over $89 million, and 15 need to be replaced at an estimated cost of over $300 million. Now, of course, this is 2020 dollars. We know that we could probably attach at least 15 to 20% increase on all those. These renovations would put our libraries at the bare minimum of operations. Libraries exist for the public. They provide the books, the internet access, social services. Libraries support our students and empower them. And they give seniors a place to connect and stave off loneliness. Libraries are one of the last genuinely public spaces we have. And despite predictions of becoming obsolete, libraries remain important anchor institutions, critical to our social functions. And we absolutely found that during COVID, when our schools were closed, our libraries were open. When our children did not have access to internet, they acted as the bridge for the digital divide. And I believe as we think about closing the digital divide in the future, we should do that. However, in their current state, the buildings, not the people are up for the task, but the buildings are not. And again, this bill is based and builds off of the work that Senator King has done over the years to create a formula for funding our schools for their operations. So I took that inspiration to address their capital needs. And so simply, this is an annual appropriation of $40 million in the form of a grant, but the grant has a minimum size of $500,000. Now there's an existing grant program of $7.5 million a year, and we increased it $2.5 million. But the projects can be smaller, but this is envisioned to deal with the large projects. At this point, $500,000 barely even fixes an HVAC system or a roof, but it's a beginning. It can be added with a 20% matching grant. These grants can be awarded for construction or improvement. Now, the state library agency, and everyone will talk about that, they have a grant, they are able to do it, which is why I feel like this is a good place to put that money. They've been good stewards and fair distributors over the years. However, we're going to, in the legislation, we ask that priority be given to rural and digitally underserved areas, that they take into account the age and condition of the facility, the need for additional sources of funding, that we look maybe not the last dollar or the last $1 million, but that there is something that they want to do, but we're enabling them to do more. Also, alterations to ensure compliance with our federal Americans with Disability Act. Many of our libraries just are not accessible. And again, we need to also take into consideration geographic diversity. It is in our state's best interest to invest in our libraries. We've asked them to do such a tremendous amount over the years. They'll continue to do more. I respectfully urge your favorable report on SB 501. And after the panel has introduced itself and given you their testimony, we're here to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I might just add, we have 9 more bills after this with a whole slew of witnesses.
My next one will be shorter.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, Senator King, and members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about libraries. And what we want to say to begin with is that we really appreciate the support that you've shown for libraries, their capital projects and their budgets over the years. So thank you very much for that. State and local support for Maryland's libraries is a model for our nation. And I know that because I've been working closely at the federal level on the Build America's Libraries Act, which did not pass when it was introduced recently, but we are hoping to go back to the table for that. You have my testimony, and I tried to engage your attention by pointing out some of the issues that we've faced in our libraries. And I'm not going to go into detail on that, but you can see clearly there's a lot of stories about how inadequate facilities affect our customers, our Maryland citizens. We need more money for infrastructure. I think that's clear from what Senator Washington said. And we are very grateful that we received an additional 2.5 million during the 2021 session. And so that takes us to 7.5 million, but it's still not enough to meet the immediate needs, even if we look at a 20-year timeline. We need to provide places to gather and provide equitable access to educational advancement, economic opportunity, and lifeline services for all. This funding would enable us to complete more robust upgrades to our oldest branches, exponentially increase the supply of borrowable technology and internet access, and ensure that we have the staff to meet community needs. So I encourage your favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Next. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sonia Alcantara Antoine, and I am the CEO of Baltimore County Public Library. Hello to Senator Stallings, who's from Baltimore County. Good to see you. Baltimore County Public Library has 19 heavily used and well-loved library facilities throughout the county that are visited by nearly 2 million residents annually. The average age of our library facilities is 50 years old, with the oldest building being just over 200 years old, if you can believe that. Aging facilities mean outdated infrastructure systems that are increasingly challenging and costly to maintain. So think HVAC, think roofs, etc. Further, our branches were built at a time when library services looked very different than what they are today. At BCPL libraries, we are supporting students and lifelong learners. We are supporting job seekers and job creators alike. We are helping to address the digital divide and digital inequity within our community. But in addition to that, we have social workers on staff. We are assisting customers with tax preparation. We are distributing food to kids who are insecure, food insecure rather. We have a very successful Lawyers in the Library program where we are a lifeline to many people in the community. And all of these activities are new to libraries and did not exist at the time when our facilities were built. So our facilities really do need to rise to the challenge and be updated so that they can meet the modern needs of our modern community. We do have access to the County Library Capital Grant Program to help with funding for our capital projects. And we are grateful for that support from the state. Of our 19 facilities, 11 of them are in need of critical capital investment. And with the funding that is available to us, it would take many, many, many years for us to be able to achieve 21st century library facilities in Baltimore County. So I humbly ask for your support for SB 501. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair, Senator King, and members of the committee. My name is Morgan Miller. I'm the Executive Director of the Cecil County Public Library System, as well as the Chair of Intergovernmental Relations for the Maryland Association of Public Library Administrators. And I'm here to represent both organizations today as we ask for your support of SB 501. In Cecil County, which would probably qualify for rural and digitally underserved, Our library buildings are extremely well loved and well used. We've seen an increase in our daily visits of more than 30% just over the past month. And increasingly, all of our communities demand greater access to our physical buildings for working, for gathering, and for learning, and especially for accessing high-speed broadband. Library is the only place in a community where citizens can connect for free to apply for jobs, pursue online education, receive services, and participate in daily life. We are indeed the people's university. However, many of our buildings lack the basic infrastructure to support these needs. As our state librarian shared, in 2008, the General Assembly established the state capital grant construction, and what began as a total of $5 million that 24 library directors politely but assertively vied for each year has now grown to $7.5 million. In Cecil County, we've directly benefited from this program in being able to bring our community's dream of a new Northeast Branch library to fruition in April of 2021. It's now our busiest branch with about 1,000 visits daily. The building's a haven for teens after school, a place for job seekers and the unemployed to get critical assistance. It's a place for children and their families to flourish, a place for seniors to connect and volunteer, and above all, a place of great pride in our community. Upon completion of current projects through FY22, the state's investment of almost $75 million has leveraged more than $365 million locally in construction dollars and ensured that all of our buildings remain vibrant, sustainable, and highly responsive to the citizens who rely on them.
Can I get you to wrap it up, please?
Oh, sure. Okay. We still have a ways to go. There's significant shortfalls here, especially in the coming year, that will mean that projects are flat out stalled. So I definitely applaud Senator Washington's vision for this legislation and ask for a favorable reading.
Thank you. Okay, we have
Good, just.
one more today. Okay, yes, go
I'll be
ahead.
very brief. I did submit written testimony, but good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Rank. I'm the Worcester County Library Director. For Worcester County Library, this legislation is particularly timely. We are in the design phase for a new library branch to serve Pocomoke in the southern end of our county, replacing a 53-year-old building. Although we have a wonderful maintenance department, last winter, our branch lost heat on 4 different occasions. Attendance for our larger family programs is often limited because we lack adequate meeting space. There are only a couple of spots where patrons can easily plug in their own laptops and devices. This funding will enable our library to expand collections, programming space, study rooms, and technology resources to one of the neediest areas in our county. 20% of children in Pocomoke live below the poverty line. A new high-performance, low-maintenance building with inspirational areas for learning and enjoyment will impact our community for years to come. Libraries touch the lives of thousands of people every day of all ages. I respectfully request that you fully support Senate Bill 501. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we have Barry Glassman, Tanya Akins. She's virtual. Okay, we'll get back to her. And then we have Daniel Heidi.
Senator King, it's Mary Hassler, Director of Harford County Library.
That's fine, but we wanted to welcome you here back, our wonderful former senator.
I do it, me too.
Should I start? Thank you very much. It's like walking around with a rock star these days. So, and I want to thank everyone for being here and thank you for Senator Washington. I'm so excited about this. I'm Mary Hassler. I'm the CEO of Harford County Public Library, and thank you for this opportunity to talk about Senate Bill 501. Our system shares an aging infrastructure with many systems across Maryland, and we strive to serve our customers with upgraded technology and community gathering areas which are warm, inviting, and safe. And safe is really critical. We are passionate, and I mean we are passionate about making sure no one is left behind in the state of Maryland, all ages. Senate Bill 501 provides a $40 million annual appropriation and requires, and I'm super excited about this, a 20% match. Why is that important? We can get that match from our local government, from our fundraising, and from our private business folks in the community. That's critical. This will enable the library to begin to address the backlog of repairs, renovations, including technical upgrades and roof replacement projects. Harford County Public Library has 7 facilities between 11 and 25 years of age, and 4 that fall between 26 and 50 years old. State support for our libraries has made Maryland Library heaven throughout the country. Thank you for that. So please support Senate Bill 501, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? I think we're good.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank
Now, is there anyone else here to testify on that bill? I don't want to miss anybody. We have one virtual person, Tanya Akins. You want to go ahead?
Thank you, Vice Chair, Senator King, and distinguished members. I'm Tonya Akins, President and CEO of Howard County Library System, also extending well wishes to Chair Gazzoni. And my colleagues have done a wonderful job today, so I won't take more of your time. I will just say that while new libraries are a reason for celebration, I mean, everyone, all 6 of Howard County's branches have benefited from this program. We've seen an uptick upwards a 40% increase in attendance and borrowing when that investment happens. We know that the majority of these grants are awarded to smaller but critical projects, like the new renovation of the Hamden Library in Baltimore City, which didn't have a public restroom. And so I urge you to help us build on Maryland's commitment to its residents so that we can strengthen and sustain our library infrastructure for generations to come. And I thank you so much and urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think that does it for this bill. Okay, next on the list is Senate Bill 502, Senator Washington, Enoch Pratt, Free Library Capital Project Funding.
So certainly a lot of the things that I could say about the Enoch Pratt, but library, but I just do want to just tell you that just growing up, libraries were just so important. I grew up in Philadelphia, and I would go to the Ben Franklin public free library, and it would help me escape from my 5 siblings who were lovely but loud. Later in life, I actually wrote my PhD in the National Archives Library in Washington, D.C. And so I just have a personal love and commitment and belief in the role that libraries, as I said earlier, that play in the social life and the intellectual life and the cultural life of our communities. And so I ask for your favorable support of this bill, which is a 10 million annual appropriation just for the next 5 years. I think it has the same as the other bill for the Enoch Pratt Library System, which is a separate system from our state system. I have before you here the CEO of the Enoch Pratt Library System. I have Gordon Crabb, our Chief Operating Officer, and Michelle Farmer, President of the Board, Chair of the Board of the Enoch Pratt Library. Thank you. I ask for your favorable report.
Thank you.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Senator King, Vice Chair Rosa Pepe, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you, Senator Washington, for your support and all we do. My colleagues here are going to lay out before you today critical facts about our infrastructure. So I'm going to get right to why this funding is important to us. This is an opportunity for generational change in the city of Baltimore. It is in 2022, we took on a master facility plan, and the first piece of it just laid out, without looking at foundation or envelopes of buildings, what we would need to be up to date for modern library services. And it identified over $80 million worth of need for Baltimore City alone. We're still undertaking the full assessment and expect to have over $100 million in capital needs for Baltimore City's public library system that is also the State Library Resource Center. This is critical to us that we receive this funding because state-of-the-art library systems, as you've heard today, are critical to cities and stabilize neighborhoods. They provide all of the amazing services that you've heard about. Pratt has continued to provide those services in addition to social workers and lawyers. We have peer recovery coaches. We have nurses starting this month in the library. We're doing telehealth. We are, in essence, the front door for our community and city.
It is where they come to improve their lives, to launch their dreams, to grow and to learn. It is hard for us to fulfill that mission if we're doing it with moldy carpets, chunks of ceilings falling, and leaking roofs. In essence, Baltimore City deserves a state-of-the-art library system so that we can fulfill the mission. We were closed over 2,000 hours this last year because of failing HVAC systems that we can no longer afford to support. We please request that you favorably review this bill. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Heidi Daniel, president of the Enoch Pratt Free Library and CEO. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Gazzoni's not here, Vice Chair Rosa Pepe and Senator King. My name is Gordon Krabbe. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Pratt Library and the State Library Resource Center. And in that capacity, I oversee financial, human resource, and facility matters for the library. Before Clarence Felder joins us, who is the Systems Chief of Facilities Management, I'd like to describe, he will describe some of the facility needs which challenge our daily operations. I'd like to give you a quick overview of our system. Mr. Pratt, our founder and original donor to the library system, gave the city the Central Library and 4 branches in 1882. 2 of those buildings, Canton and Holland Street, are still in use today. One as a public library and one for administrative purposes. Overall, we operate out of 25 facilities. 24 of them are city-owned, and only 2 were built in this century. And those 2 facilities are the Southeast Anchor Library and the Orleans branch, which are both now over 15 years old. All of the rest of our buildings are more than 50 years old, 6 of those being 100 years old. Most of our buildings are undersized, ranging from 2,400 square feet to 27,400 square feet, excluding the Central Library. Age of our buildings and size certainly limit our ability to deliver the kind of quality services our community deserves. The library has attempted to address the capital improvement needs primarily through bond fundings in Baltimore City. We partner with the state and the private sector in trying to get those improvements made. And as Ms. Daniel said, we have lost over 2,200 facilities. Thank you. We appreciate your time and support.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you short.
Sure.
Okay, Michelle Farmer.
Yes, thank you so much, the leaders of the Budget and Taxation Committee, as well as all of the members. My name is Dr. Michelle Farmer. I want to thank you all for allowing us to speak. I am the chair of the boards for the Enoch Pratt Free Library, and I'm here in support of Senate Bill 502. Timing is everything, and the time is now to support Senate Bill 502. As the chair, I can assure you that all of the board is fully in support of Senate Bill 502. We are currently working on a strategic plan where funding is our top priority. We are going to do our part. We have been already fundraising. We will continue to do so as part of our strategic plan because we realize that the $100 million that we're going to need is really probably a conservative estimate. I have been a longtime resident in Baltimore City. Govins is my branch based on where I live. But when I was raising my 2 oldest children, I'm a mother of 4. When I was raising my 2 oldest children, Northwood Library branch was our branch. My 2 grandchildren are now dedicated, eager, regular users of the Northwood Library branch. So we really feel like, the library system is part of our tradition. I think that the doors of the Pratt Library are open for all, and we welcome people all over the state to come to enjoy active learning as well as leisure reading in our system. And we want to thank you for support of Senate Bill 502. Thank you.
Thank you. Morgan Miller.
Hello, I'm back and I'll keep it brief. Again, I'm the director of the Cecil County Public Library, as well as our Intergovernmental Relations Chair for MAPLA, which represents the leadership of all 24 public library systems in Maryland. And as such, I'm testifying on their behalf to ask for your support of SB 502. The bill seeks to fund a number of critical infrastructure improvements throughout the Enoch Pratt Free Library System. And while I live about an hour north of Baltimore, Cecil County's librarians and citizens, as well as county public library systems throughout the state, are highly dependent on the Pratt system, not only as our gathering place for meetings, conferences, and library events, but as the central location of the State Library Resource Center, which provides public and school libraries, as well as local governments with access to statewide brokered resources such as high-speed broadband, interlibrary loan services, and research databases. Our success and the effectiveness of a statewide public library system, which really is the best library system in the country, thanks in large part to your support, is very much tied to the success of the Enoch Pratt Free Library System. And right now, they're hindered by a lot of old buildings and crumbling infrastructure. Support for this bill and the Library Capital Improvement Program at Pratt is an investment statewide that helps all of our public library system boats to rise. So I ask you for a favorable reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more person here that's not signed up.
Clarence Felder, I'm with Pratt as well, and I'm the Chief of Facilities, as Gordon Krabby had mentioned. And I'm here to talk about a little bit of the knit and grit in regards to our facilities and needs of the funds. Our building envelopes are in need of immediate attention. Several of our roofs, exterior walls, and foundations are experiencing water intrusion, which results in constant attention to the removal of mold and humid conditions. Our custodial team is on constant pest control due to these poor conditions of the envelope and windows and doors that are older than the hair on my head. Our mechanical systems are failing and need constant attention. I wrote down partial knee replacement with something we're familiar with. The same thing with the parts of our buildings. We have to do partial because we can't find them. Our buildings are so old that we have to go scavenge some of the parts from other buildings. We don't have a backnet system, which would allow us to manage our equipment that we have and any new equipment that we get. So this is something that this building have. As we can see, the system is working well here. The building is older than our buildings, but it's possible to resurrect our buildings. So that's what the funding will help us to do as well, to get the necessary parts and resurrect some of the buildings that we need. In fact, when I first came to Enoch Pratt, I was charged to do a life cycle analysis. And I looked at the task and I saw it was a Goliath-like task. But then I went and did an assessment of our buildings and I saw that it wasn't that much of a Goliath-like task because they were at the end of their life. So some of them were like flatline. And so we can see why we need the funding. We really need to be able to provide a facility that fits the image of the Enoch Pratt heritage for the so many years that was being provided for many resources, not just for the city, but for all of the counties.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Okay, that's it for the testimony on that bill.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Washington. Okay, next, Senator Salling has Senate Bill 416, subtraction modification, military retirement income. You've got 3 witnesses there with you. Just one?
Thank you, Senator King and committee. For the record, Senator Johnny Ray Salling is Senate Bill 416, income tax subtraction modification, military retirement income. I had the opportunity, first of all, to talk to the governor, and this is a very similar bill to the governor. And I also gave him my bill. He wanted to look at it. So I'm not going to really just go on and on. I'm just going to say a little and quick specifics. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present this bill right now. There are 2 restrictions to allowing a full military retirement income subtraction. It's an age restriction and an amount restriction. Our current law says that if you're under 55 years of age, you can only subtract $5,000 of military retirement income. Thank you. And if you're 55 or older, you can subtract $15,000 of military income. What I'd like to immediately remove the tax on the military income, I would put a phase in it, and we'll do it right away all at one time, but phase it in. And so I have proposed a bill that would phase in a greater subtraction of 100% exemption and reach to 100 the year 2024. Again, For 23, there'll be no age restriction, and you can subtract 15,000 or 50% of the military income. In 24, the year 2024, there will be a no age restriction, and you can subtract 100% of your military income. There's at least 33 states that do this right now. 2 of the states are neighboring states. It's West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and they really benefit from this, and we need to benefit from this. Proximity to other states is not difficult for other states and other people to live elsewhere and work in Maryland. They get benefits and then go back in their state. They really benefit from that. A lot of our military veterans are relatively young and looking for a place to settle. And after years of moving around, Maryland is where they should be and where they should stay. As a U.S. veteran in the military and the Army, I am proud to present this bill for your consideration. And we don't want to make more stress. We want to ease the stress to our families of our veterans. And I hope we can move this bill favorably. And I want to thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Darling.
Good afternoon, Senator King, distinguished members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. For the record, I'm Patrick Gabal, Legislative Director for the American Legion, Department of Maryland, and the 6 branches of the Fleet Reserve Association, and I speak in favor of Senate Bill 416. Governor Moore's proposal is a great start, but this bill will do more and will serve earlier. Senate Bill 416 can reduce the exodus of military retirements to border states, and not to mention those who take off for Florida for 6 months and 1 day to avoid taxation. Partially to respond to Senator Elford's question, successful passage will have benefit of retaining those veterans here who will spend their taxable their funds on taxable purchases in housing, transportation, and other essential family necessities. It will also provide employers with a highly skilled workforce filling vacant jobs. In closing, the American Legion sends our best wishes to Senator Gazzone and respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 416. We are most grateful to Senator Stallings for his continued commitment to the veteran community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No more witnesses on this bill? We're good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next bill is mine, and I'm going to just do it from here, if that's okay. And I do have some witnesses to come up. Members of the committee, it seems like we just passed the legislation that allowed gaming in Maryland, but almost 13 years have gone by since the opening of the first video lottery operation in Cecil County. By law, video lottery operation licenses expire 15 years from the date they were licensed by the State Lottery and Gaming Control Commission. And 2 years prior to the expiration, the licensee must file a notice of intent to renew. So the first licensee must file intent to renew this year. Senate Bill 537 will clarify the process for license renewal by allowing the State Lottery and Gaming Control Commission to establish a renewal process and set the licensing fee. The commission will also set an appeal process should an application be denied. It is important to ensure that our casinos are continuing to meet the rigorous requirements established under Maryland law, and we want to ensure that the processes are done in a timely manner so there will be no disruption in funds to the Education Trust Fund. And I request a favorable report on Senate Bill 537. And I'm going to offer an amendment that just clarifies that the renewal fees will go to the Education Trust Fund, and I will get that amendment to staff. So we have Carrie Watson. Is he here?
Be Carrie. I think
You could be Carrie today. Okay. I have you down, Marta. Hannah Garagiola, Sean Ford. I think that's it. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Marta Harding. I'm pleased to be here before the committee today in support of Senate Bill 537 on behalf of MGM Resorts International and its National Harbor Casino. I do want to say Kerry regrets that he can't be here. He was called away unexpectedly to travel out of state, but he wanted to express his appreciation to you for introducing the bill. This is an important bill. You have a written statement from all of the casinos, all the 6 casinos in support of the bill. There's some I think helpful information in there about the success of Maryland's gaming law and the contributions that it has allowed to the state to be made to the state in terms of capital investment by the casinos in their facilities. And of course, the Education Trust Fund and the taxes that have been paid. MGM itself is proud to announce that by the end of 2022, it hit the $1 billion mark for contributions to the Education Trust Fund. It's very proud of that contribution. So we support this bill in the way it clarifies the process that casinos need to use for the to renew their licenses. MGM, of course, being the last casino approved, has a ways to go before it's actually going to go through that process. But we certainly support our industry colleagues that have to do it much sooner than us. And even for a casino like MGM, being a ways out, having the clarity and knowing the rules of the road in terms of planning and kind of the decisions they have to make is just hugely important. We also support the approach in this bill of allowing the lottery to set the fee. And there's really nothing like revolutionary about that. The lottery has had the authority to set every other renewal fee in the statute, except for this one. This one was separated out from the beginning because it was unique at the beginning. But we think the lottery is the right one to decide what's it going to cost to make sure that these licenses, we're recovering all our costs in renewing them and the other considerations that they will make. So for those reasons, we support the bill and we request a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hi there, Sean Ford with the Maryland Lottery and Gaming Control Agency. You have a letter of information from us outlining a lot of what Senator King has already mentioned. I will just again reiterate that it's vital that this legislative session an action is taken on this because the first casino will need to begin this process later this year. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garagiola.
Thank you so much, Senator King, members. Hannah Garagiola with Compass Advocacy here today with Live Casino. Live Casino supports Senate Bill 537 as they see this as important legislation that makes the license renewal process more straightforward and more consistent with other gaming renewals, as Marta mentioned. You have the casino's written testimony, which is a collective document on your desk. And with that, me too, and we urge a favorable committee report.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, thank
Senator
you.
Hadelman.
As a new member of this committee, if somebody could just explain to me the process now, and I understand how we're changing it, but what is the process as it is now? And I understand it hasn't been undertaken yet.
It's a good question. There isn't a process now for this type of license. And I think the lottery could speak to kind of how they handle the other gaming licenses. But the way the bill would provide for the process to work is that the lottery would review the applicant to ensure that they continue to comply with all of the rigorous standards that they have in place for casinos to operate. And so it preserves their existing, that they're going to make sure casinos continue to comply and go through a fairly rigorous process in that. And that would be the basis on which they'd be renewed.
Just a follow-up question, but it does say they will renew unless X, Y, or Z.
Unless they
You
find
don't
that it
meet
does
the
not comply.
standards. Is
Yes.
that right? Okay. And is that, just out of curiosity again, Mr. Ford, is that the case with other things that you're renewing?
Yes,
Other gaming entities?
that is a pretty standard norm for our agency.
So the presumption is they get it unless they fail to meet certain standards.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda this afternoon, we have Senate Bill 756, Senator Gazzoni, and I think he's got an able-bodied staff member that is going to present the bill.
As able-bodied as we could find. Okay. So as I understand it, I do have some panelists with me who can join me up here if they wish, or they can join later, whichever. I know there's several. Okay. Okay, so thank you, Senator King and members of the committee. My name is Nick Carpenter, and I'm a legislative fellow and a law student at Senator Gazzoni's office, here to present Senate Bill 756, Access to Counsel and Evictions Funding. In 2021, the General Assembly established the Access to Counsel and Evictions, or ACE program. This program requires the Maryland Legal Services Corporation to provide access to counseling services for low-income Marylanders facing certain eviction proceedings. They do this by reimbursing certain kinds of legal service providers who provide those services through the program. Last year, the General Assembly directly funded the ACE program with a bill that temporarily distributed $14 million from the Abandoned Property Fund through fiscal year 2024. However, there is no funding for fiscal year 2025 or beyond. Without consistent funding, it will be difficult to achieve the ACE program's goal of full implementation by October 2025. Senate Bill 756 would provide ongoing stable funding for the ACE program by making the $14 million distribution from the Abandoned Property Fund permanent. Making this funding permanent would set up ACE for long-term success by helping it with staffing and infrastructure needs. This reliable foundation would be an important first step in leveling the playing field for tenants facing eviction proceedings. Thank you, and I ask for a favorable report.
Thank you. Okay, we have Claudia Wilson Randall, Heidi Kerniawan, close. Kane Levings, Matthew Arthur, and Matt Hill. Okay, the people that were up there, were you part of the panel before the witnesses? Okay, I'm sorry. We'll take you first.
Wait a minute.
You know, when the chairman's gone, things just go to hell in a handbasket. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Senator King and members of the committee. My name is Karen Wabeck, and I am the Program Manager for Access to Counsel and Evictions with MLSC, the Maryland Legal Services Corporation. ACE, as you've heard, was a legislatively created program that provides for legal representation to eligible tenants in Maryland who are facing eviction or loss of a housing subsidy. The statute provides for a 3-year ramp up period with a goal of full implementation by October 2025. It will truly be a multi-year effort to build and grow a statewide program like this from the ground up. We are still in the early stages of implementation, in part because the funding allocated for FY22 and information about funding in FY23 did not arrive until late summer, early fall of 2022. Nevertheless, the program so far has both laid important groundwork for full implementation statewide and offered important services to tenants in our phase 1 jurisdictions. The development of a statewide coordinated intake system for ACE is underway and is expected to launch as a pilot in Baltimore City in the summer or fall of 2023. And subsequently, that will expand to other jurisdictions and statewide. MLSC has also issued a request for proposals for tenant outreach and education services in our phase 1 jurisdictions. This is an important component of the program to ensure that we are reaching the tenants who need the services. Beginning in FY25, as you heard, there is currently no designated funding for the ACE program. MLSC is here today to urge a favorable report on SB 756, which again would remove the one-time nature of the distribution from the Abandoned Property Fund. It is imperative to the program's long-term success that we have stable and ongoing funding. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator King and members of the committee. I am Reena Shah. I am the Executive Director of the Maryland Access to Justice Commission. We are an independent entity that is powered by the Maryland State Bar Association. Prominent leaders from the legal profession, including the law school deans, academics, legal service providers, funders, legislators, the state bar, judiciary, they all come together on the commission to push for accessibility, fairness, and equity in the civil justice system. And one of our key priorities is to make sure that the Access to Counsel and Evictions program and law has appropriate funding. Additionally, I also served as the chair of the Access to Counsel and Evictions Task Force, which was part of the law. It was created with the law. And on that task force, we have tenant representatives, landlord representatives, legal service providers, community groups, the MSBA, MLSC, the judiciary, et cetera. The task force's key recommendation in their report for this year was ongoing funding. And in fact, the task force did recommend lifting the one-time 1-year cap on the abandoned property fund. And so we're very happy to be here to support this legislation, because the task force saw that permanent funding for this program was the top priority. There were problems in building up and scaling up and building the infrastructure for this statewide program if we did not have a source of continual funding. I just wanted to remind the committee in terms of why this law was necessary in the first place and why continual funding is necessary to achieve the potential that this law has. The key is that evictions cause a lot of disruption in the lives of Marylanders. The eviction filings are high and evictions are high in Maryland, and this law and the ability for people to have counsel in their court cases will help a lot. And so we really urge favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Good afternoon. My name is Kayla Williams, Managing Attorney with Community Legal Services of Prince George's County. We urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 756. Community Legal Services of Prince George's County is a nonprofit organization established to provide civil legal services to low-income residents of Prince George's and surrounding counties. Community Legal Services currently has 2 eviction prevention programs, one in Prince George's County and the other in Anne Arundel County. Since 2018, we have provided representation in more than 3,000 cases, a majority of which have resulted in evictions being prevented. We have provided legal advice in more than 5,000 cases, and our services have benefited more than 19,000 individuals. Through our representation, we have argued against illegal fees, defective complaints and notices, negotiated settlements and repayment agreements, connected tenants with rental assistance and other social services resources, advocated on behalf of tenants who dealt with significant housing defects, to name a few. Statistics show that there's a significant difference in outcome between tenants who are and who aren't represented at their rent court hearings. For these reasons, we are tremendously grateful that Maryland has passed the Access to Counsel and Evictions legislation, and we are already seeing the impact of these new laws. Additionally, funding through Access to Counsel has allowed many offices like ours to increase staff to ensure that we are able to meet the increased demand and need. Without continued funding, there is simply no way that legal services providers would be able to continue to do the work that we do, and it would likely result in a significant reduction in staff and consequently an increase in unrepresented tenants who are more vulnerable to eviction. Continued funding is necessary to ensure that legal services providers like ours can continue to meet the increased demand and need from low-income tenants in Maryland. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 756. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on this panel? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Senator King. My name is Matt Hill. I'm an attorney at the Public Justice Center. We support this bill. If it hasn't been said already, I just want to remind the committee that Maryland is only the 2nd state in the nation to ensure that all limited income tenants will have an attorney in eviction cases, thanks to the wonderful work of this body and our sponsor, Senator Hedelman, in the initial legislation. So the stakes are high to get this right. And there's further details from my colleague, John Pollack at the National Coalition for Civil Right to Counsel in his testimony, how Maryland fits into the national movement. He couldn't be here to testify today. I want to give you a quick example of the importance of access to counsel and evictions from my client, Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones and her 2 children live in Baltimore. She began to experience significant flooding in her basement and in the ceiling of her bedroom. The landlord refused to make repairs. And then at the same time, Ms. Jones learned that she had cancer and she had to take off a good bit of time from work in order to access treatment. That then landed her in rent court, where I encountered Ms. Jones and began to represent her in what's called a rent escrow, where you attempt to put your money into escrow with the court until the landlord makes repairs. Now, eventually we settled the case. The landlord agreed to make the repairs. Ms. Jones got a reduction in some of the rent, and the landlord eventually got paid. And I just want to point out that her case illustrates three things. First, that initial implementation is already happening, that we are representing tenants, and there's statistics about how Public Justice Center is doing that in my testimony. Second, that access to counsel and eviction assists in the fair administration of justice. We don't litigate all of these cases to the hilt. A good amount of these cases settle and takes the burden off the court and produces outcomes that are good for all the parties in the case. And third, this baseline of steady funding would help organizations like ours to plan for the future and recruit skilled attorneys who can count on that money and that job being there in the future, because it is very difficult right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you to this panel.
Thank you.
Senator Jackson.
Question/comment. Thank you all for bringing this to our attention. I had the pleasure of serving in JPR when Senator Hettleman, as well as Senator Bailey, we supported this bill. And I'll tell you from a this vantage point of being senators and having the opportunity to do this is the right thing to do. We are committed, so know that. And secondly, having served as the sheriff of Prince George's County, I know this all too well. So I commend you all for what you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Benson.
Yes, thank you very much, but I'll talk real quick. For the young lady who is from Prince George's County with the nonprofit, at some point in time, we do need to touch base because it's something that's extremely important. But I also want to say that this bill is so important because a lot of the people who end up in court, in jail, those who are incarcerated do not have access to the kind of resources that you all are talking about and what this bill advocates. So I just want you to know that I'm fully supportive of this bill.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, thank you. All right, let me see who we have left here. Heidi Kerniawan. Okay, Kate Levings. Matthew Arthur. Claudia Wilson. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. My name is Heidi Kerniawan, and I'm a third-year law student at the University of Maryland and currently a part of the school's eviction prevention clinic. You've heard other testimony today about the critical need for continued ACE funding from a tenant advocacy perspective, but today I'd like to use my time to talk about the benefits of this bill for the counsel part of access to counsel. So the Eviction Prevention Clinic exists because of ACE funding. As student attorneys, we provide representation to low-income tenants in Maryland. We work with clients, negotiate with landlords, appear in district court, write motions, and the clinic really does show us what it's like to be an attorney, specifically a legal aid attorney. And my time in the clinic personally has affirmed my own commitment to working in legal services after I finished law school. Not only do I get to improve my lawyering skills, but I really do feel like a valued member of this amazing community of attorneys representing tenants. And permanent funding of the ACE program would ensure that the Eviction Prevention Clinic stays around for future students like myself. The clinic is a vital pipeline into legal services for students like me, and it shows us that legal services is a legitimate, viable career path, and also shows us what the life of a staff attorney in legal services would be like. Tenants facing eviction deserve well-trained attorneys, and that need is only going to grow as the ACE program reaches its full potential. Continuous funding of this program is an investment in the future of the legal services workforce in Maryland, and accordingly, I urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon again. My name is Claudia Wilson Randall. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Development Network of Maryland. I'd like to speak in favor, strongly in favor of Senate Bill 756. I think it's important that we keep access to counsel in place. I want to make a couple of points. You have my written testimony, but just to build on what has already been said, evictions exacerbate the public health crisis that we've already had. and create significant costs for state and local governments, including the shelter system, the social safety net, education, transportation, homeless youth, foster care. We've seen it all. And it's at a very high cost also to hospitals. Over the past decade, research has also shown that evictions reinforce poverty and limit housing opportunities for our most fragile citizens throughout the state. The stain of eviction sets women of color in particular on a path to insecurity that limits their opportunities and the opportunities for their children. It also increases health disparities. So the access to counsel and programs like it, programs that actually prevent unnecessary evictions from taking place in the first place, stop a lot of cascading problems. And so for that reason and others that have already been stated, I urge your favorable report for Senate Bill 756. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Arthur. I'm a second-year law student at the University of Maryland. I am also taking part in the Eviction Prevention Clinic, and I wanted to speak on my experience and the experience of my fellow students on the ability to enter into a legal services career. I've had the opportunity to defend my client from a baseless breach of lease claim that otherwise may have resulted in her and her daughter being out on the street. Without counsel, I firmly believe that she would have been evicted and lost her home, and because I've seen it happen. Before this opportunity, I didn't even know that a legal services career was something I could consider. And now that I've had the mentorship, the experience, I understand how important it is, how necessary it is for me and people like me to be entering into the legal services career. The stable funding would allow further students in the years after me to continue entering into the legal services career and also provide good work while doing it. For that reason, I urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Hi, my name is Kane Levings, and I'm an attorney at Disability Rights Maryland, or DRM. DRM focuses on helping individuals with disabilities live in safe, affordable, and accessible housing. So for my oral testimony, I will share examples of 2 cases I personally handled in an effort to demonstrate the complexities of eviction cases and the importance of access to counsel. This first case came to DRM post-judgment after the client had received a default judgment for possession in a failure to pay rent case. I immediately found that the property was unlicensed and therefore could not have legally filed a failure to pay rent complaint or obtained a judgment for possession. If it were not for access to counsel, this family would have been illegally evicted with a sheriff's eviction date. Luckily, through a motion to revise judgment, we were able to prevent the scheduled eviction, vacate the judgment, and our client remains housed. My next case involves a client living in a rental assistance demonstration building, also known as a RAD building in Baltimore City. We were contacted in October of 2021 after a judgment for possession was entered against the tenant for failure to pay rent. Because she lives in a RAD building, her rent is subsidized and should never exceed 30% of her income. However, management had incorrectly charged her market rent of $928 for over 12 months, despite providing proof of zero income. The property then filed a second failure to pay rent complaint alleging the client owed months of rent, again at $928. If the client did not have access to counsel in this case, she would likely have been evicted for rent she did not owe. Instead, the second failure to pay rent complaint was dismissed and the client's ledger has been revised. In addition to keeping our client housed, we prevented the potential loss of her rental subsidy, which is so important to her. In conclusion, these cases are examples of real situations that would likely result in a wrongful eviction had it not been for access to counsel. For these reasons, we request a favorable report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Okay, let's move to the next panel. Meredith Lathbury Gerard. Let's see. Karen Brian Washington. How about Karen Webeck?
I have Victoria.
Okay, Victoria Schultz. David Prater. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator King and members of the committee. I'm Meredith Gerard. I'm Executive Director of Midshore Pro Bono based in Easton. ACE is working, and we need your support to make this permanent. Permanent funding is critical because even in failure to pay rent cases, procedural issues really matter. Most Eastern Shore jurisdictions have little to no oversight or regulation over housing issues, leaving it up to the court system to deal with some of the problems that tenants face, lack of repairs, for example, or incorrect requests for payment. Recently, we assisted a married couple on the Eastern Shore who had been overcharged by over $1,200 a month for water bill. And as a result, they weren't able to pay their rent. So the landlord filed a failure to pay rent case. One of our staff attorneys assisted these tenants, was able to get the case dismissed and was able to get them a credit on their rent. And there are countless cases like this across the Eastern Shore. Even in rural jurisdictions, this funding is absolutely critical because the basis of our ability to provide these services is trust and reliability, because our attorneys are in court in 8 counties on rent court day in eight counties across the Eastern Shore. If we were to have unstable funding, we would not be able to provide that reliable service. People in our community are proud. It is very difficult for them to ask for this assistance. So there has to be approachable and accessible folks available at the courthouse to be able to assist them. ACE having stable funding is critical for us to be able to provide this consistent access to ensure that tenants receive the due process that they are entitled to under Maryland law. Thank you for hearing us today.
Thank you. Who's next?
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Ryan Washington. I represent the Apartment Office Building Association in Metropolitan Washington. And I'll keep my comments very brief. We are in support of this legislation. We have one of our members that serves on the task force, and we appreciate the work that has been accomplished through this task force. We support any type of funding mechanism that doesn't impose any new fees or impose any additional funds for our members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Vicki Schultz. I'm Executive Director of the Maryland Legal Aid. We wholeheartedly support SB 756, which will provide ongoing funding to MLSC to ensure the continuation of this groundbreaking access to counsel and evictions program, which really levels the playing field for tenants facing eviction, provides vital housing stability for low-income Marylanders, and addresses the disproportionate impact of evictions on Black and Brown renters in our state. As the largest provider of civil legal services in our state, our 12 offices serve the civil legal needs of Marylanders. Maryland Legal Aid will be in every jurisdiction as the ACE program is fully implemented to ensure that Marylanders' right to access counsel when facing eviction is fully realized. Maryland's just in the beginning stages of implementing the ACE program, which will be a multi-year endeavor requiring extensive outreach and education, collaboration with the judiciary, coordination among the legal services providers, and a need to hire and retain legal advocates to make the commitments to this program and to counsel real. However, without ongoing stable funding for the program, it will hamper our ability to implement the program and deprive low-income Marylanders facing eviction of the legal representation that they deserved. Further, hiring and retention for Maryland Legal Aid and the other legal service providers has been a particularly different challenge for us, especially in today's marketplace. Without that stable funding, it's going to be particularly difficult. Our lawyers, for example, are among the lowest paid publicly funded public interest lawyers in our state. So we urge a favorable report for SB, thank you, 7:56, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you very much. Are there any more witnesses in person on this bill that we haven't gotten to? Okay, then we will go to the oral or the virtual witnesses. We have Simone Parker.
Hello, Senate. Thank you for having me. As I said, my name is Simone Parker. For SB 756, I would like to say, first off, I'd like to think that we had pro bono services, as I was recently dealing with a traumatic loss of the child, my son's father, and then having him. I found myself coming home to an eviction notice, and with Miss Melissa's help, I was able to get representation, and the judge, she did rule in my favor, as my landlord was not making repairs to the home as needed, and then filed for eviction. I want to say a few days later, we came back to another failure of pay to rent. And once again, Ms. Melissa represented me last week in court again, and the judge, she did rule in my favor for another 30-day stay and to put the rent into escrow. So I am in favor to keep the bill for 756.
Okay, thanks for your input. Okay, we have Joseph Lovelace. Go
Good
ahead.
afternoon. Good afternoon, Joseph Lovelace, Maryland Legal Aid. I can't provide legal advice. If you've ever spent any time in an eviction court docket, you've probably heard the judge say, I can't provide legal advice to a tenant asking basic questions like, what do I do? I'm sorry, I can't provide legal advice. It's a pretty hard thing to hear when you're facing eviction, and I've heard it in courtrooms all across Maryland. I've tried eviction cases from Cumberland to Elkton, Westminster to Ocean City. What we provide clients is simple: legal advice and representation to clients that can't otherwise afford it. What happens next? What defenses do I have? Can I negotiate a payment plan? I answer those questions every day, and I advocate for those who let me. I can't always win their case and stop their eviction, but I can at a bare minimum provide some certainty of what will happen to them. This is a service of substantial psychological value to my clients, and I've seen its value in real time. Clients that were trembling with panic, tears in their eyes, returning to calm, even when the news was bad, because it was the not knowing that was crushing their spirits. I'm sure there are many here today that have been in a similar situation. Family members sick, loved ones in a car accident. Are they okay? Will they recover? We don't know, and even if the news was bad, we would prefer to know it, because the not knowing is worse, the uncertainty. We are here today for the same reason, asking this committee for some certainty, to know that the money will be there on a permanent basis so we can do what Access to Counsel is meant to do, provide legal advice. So I ask this committee for a favorable report for Senate Bill 756. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have Shaoli Katana.
Good afternoon, Senator King and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Shaoli Katana, and I serve as Advocacy Director of the Maryland State Bar Association, representing thousands of attorneys and judges across the state. The MSBA strongly supports SB 756. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues and would like to share a few points. Continued funding for legal services for all Marylanders is one of our top legislative priorities, and the Access to Counsel and Evictions program is a beneficial, cost-effective solution for the state. The value of a tenant having one of Maryland's 42,000 attorneys in court standing beside them during an eviction proceeding is simply undeniable. An attorney can help them stay in their homes and provide much-needed advice when an eviction cannot be avoided. Attorneys can remove eviction filings from public record, coordinate housing options, negotiate additional time to move out, apply for rental assistance, reduce or remove fees that may be owed to a landlord, and much more. Tenants with counsel are more likely to receive a favorable judgment, avoid future eviction cases, and receive regular updates on the law and court procedures. Additionally, continued funding of the ACE program will yield a fairer system of justice and more efficient court processes. Court dockets will be positively impacted by the addition of counsel to help settle and litigate these cases and represent renters who have faced systemic challenges of access and fairness. The MSBA is proud to join our partner, the Access to Justice Commission, in support of this bill, and we request a favorable report for SB 756. Thank you.
Thanks for your input. Okay, we don't have any more virtual Okay, that's it for this bill. Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Senator Rosapep, Senate Bill 468, funding for wage increases for medical provider workers. You want to bring up your panels?
Yes. HBAM and Public Justice Center to join us.
Senator, you want us now? Want me up there?
Yeah, you're favorable with amendments, man.
Yes, absolutely. I'll sit next to you, sir.
There you go.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. This is an issue that we've dealt with over the years. We'll be dealing with probably for many years. And this is the relatively low rates of pay to our nursing homes and the effect of meaning low pay for their workers, which means to care is not what it should be and what we want it to be. And so over the last couple of years, we've tried to increase the reimbursements to the nursing homes. And I've had legislation along this lines to make sure that most of that money goes to the workers, because that's mostly what goes on in a nursing home is people taking care of people. And so what this bill does is it increases the reimbursement rate from an annual increase of 4% to 10%, and then requires that 90% of the increase basically go to the workers. The fiscal note describes it in a little more detail, but that's the essence of it. There have been a lot of discussions among the folks who are interested in the bill who are testifying. We'll be coming back with an amendment that works out some of the kinks in the bill as drafted. Happy to answer questions or wait till the end of the panel, Madam Chair.
Any questions from the committee? Okay, we'll do the panel.
Great. Good afternoon, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Lorraine Arikat. I'm the Senior Policy Analyst with 1199 SCIU, United Healthcare Workers East. Here in Maryland, we have over 10,000 members working in hospitals, long-term care facilities, and federally qualified health centers. This legislation is foundational to sustainably addressing the staffing crisis through funding wages and benefits of direct and indirect care workers in long-term care. This bill is aimed to be a win-win for long-term care facilities and also the workers by ensuring there's a fair portion of the Medicaid rate increase going towards our direct care workforce and indirect care workers. 22 other states have already implemented this in addition to taking other crucial steps, and I'd like to point you to 1199's written testimony for specific examples. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted existing weaknesses in our healthcare system. Our members are on the front lines every day, working under dangerous staffing shortages, overwhelming workloads, and also the devastating emotional toll of watching residents get sick and die. The workforce crisis is interconnected with the economic stability of the sector. The American Healthcare Association, which represents nursing homes across the country, released a survey with some stark numbers. 98% are experiencing difficulty hiring new staff. 76% said their current financial situation and the lack of funding is an obstacle in being able to offer competitive wages to hire new staff. This legislation addresses the dual workforce and economic crises, ultimately threatening access to care for thousands in the state who need long-term care services. One of our members who signed up for virtual could not be here today. Crystal works 60 hours a week, working night shifts, and her take-home pay is only about $800, which is barely enough to make ends meet or pay her rent. We're not only failing to attract new workers in these jobs, but trapping those who are currently in the workforce in poverty. It's time for Maryland to invest in its long-term care system and to invest in its care workforce. For those reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's next?
Good afternoon, Senator King and members of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee. I'm Tammy Bresnahan. I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy for AARP Maryland. On behalf of our almost 900,000 members, we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you in support of Senate Bill 468. And we thank Senator Rosapep for sponsoring this important legislation. AARP believes that living wages and salaries should be commensurate with comparable salaries in the state. And with the time, skill, and effort required to render high quality services, especially in nursing homes, Medicaid reimbursement rates should be rebased and updated regularly to consider relevant economic financial information, including provider cost. State government should require other mechanisms to increase compensation for direct care workers. In addition, there should be adequate accountability procedures such as audits to ensure that reimbursement increases designated for staffing costs are used for that purpose. And lastly, state government should document the shortage of workers and their training needs and support research to identify effective ways to address these problems. We feel like this is the beginning of that process. For these reasons, we ask the committee for a favorable report on Senate Bill 468. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Jarrett. I work at the Public Justice Center with the Workplace Justice Project, which advocates and advances the right of low-wage workers to receive an honest day's pay for an honest day's work. The PJC strongly supports Senate Bill 468, which would increase the Medicaid reimbursement rates to care providers and require that 90% of the increase go directly to the direct care workers' wages and benefits. Direct care workers play a critical role in the healthcare infrastructure, but low wages and chronic understaffing has fueled a substantial and potentially devastating labor shortage in the care sector. Currently, Maryland has about 55,000 direct care workers. Within the next decade, research projects that our state will need approximately 129,000 more care workers to care for our aging population. Now, despite this dire need for care workers, the wages in this industry remain untenably low. For example, the median wage of a direct care worker in Maryland is currently $14.62 an hour. Annually, that works out to about $26,000 per year for somebody employed full-time in this incredibly grueling work. 1 in 3 direct care workers live below the poverty line, and approximately 40% of direct care workers in Maryland lack access to affordable housing. This vital and publicly funded workforce, comprised largely of women, people of color, and immigrants, cannot be relegated to lives of poverty despite working full-time and crucially important jobs. Put simply, we need people to work as direct care workers in Maryland. We need to attract talent to this industry and retain talent for the future. A Medicaid reimbursement increase is the most direct way to do this. We are part of the Caring Across Maryland Coalition, which is a coalition of advocates, patients, loved ones, care workers, all who are impacted by the direct care system and the brokenness of it long term. Both the Caring Across Maryland Coalition and the PJC urges for a favorable report on SB 468. Thank you.
Thank you. Having had a husband in a nursing facility for 3.5 years, I'm so well aware of the situation and the situation that these workers work in. I mean, it's a really hard job for not much money. And I don't think I knew any of them that didn't have 2 jobs. Yeah,
absolutely.
Welcome.
Leader King, thank you so much. Joe D'Amatos, President of the Health Facilities Association of Maryland, testifying favorable with amendment. Got a lot to say in about 1 minute and 52 seconds, but let me first thank my colleague, Ms. Acker, for working with me in partnership in getting to a place, and Senator Rosa Pepp to getting for a place that we would support this bill with amendments. So there will be an amendment that looks much differently than this bill as it is written. Let me do some level setting. First, skilled nursing and rehab centers want to pay as much as they possibly can for workers supported by the Medicaid and Medicare rates, which are non-negotiable. Secondly, they can't just raise prices like other industries in order to cover labor or other costs. And then thirdly, just to level set a little bit, I very much appreciate the data about direct care workers. The challenge in using direct care worker data is that it's across all settings. And so what we have is home care workers or contractors who shouldn't be contractors, lowering the average. So if you actually look at Maryland skilled nursing and rehab centers cost reports, actual Medicare, Medicaid cost reports, if you blend just the hourly wage for nurses aides, nurses assistants, and RNs, it was $23.55 in 2019. It is today $29.51. These are from actual government Medicare and Medicaid cost reports. The most important thing I want to say about this bill is it cannot be funded by reallocating the 4% that was intended to raise the $15 minimum wage or the money with regard to accelerating it. One last point on that. If any of us were spending, let's say $12, and we allocated those $12 to gas or groceries or paying our utility bill, we couldn't then use that same $12 to pay each of those bills. So this bill must be funded independently of those dollars.
Okay, thank you very much. We have Aaron Greenfield. Dana Kaufman. Do we have anyone else that's here to testify on this bill? Okay, go
Good
ahead.
afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Aaron Greenfield here on behalf of Leading Age Maryland. In opposition for many of the reasons why what Mr. D'Amato cited as problematic with the bill. Leading Age Maryland is a community of more than 140 not-for-profit aging service organizations serving residents and clients through a number of different facilities. We support, as Mr. D'Amato said, we support increasing wages for direct care workers and other staff in nursing home settings. Most of our members and many of the nursing home providers across the state have already adjusted to providing a minimum wage of at least $15 or more to better support their team members. However, reimbursement mechanisms must be aligned to ensure that providers are also able to meet rising costs in other operations. Unfortunately, as written, this bill ties the hands of Medicaid providers. Significant Medicaid reimbursement rate increases are certainly appreciated and urgently needed to support rising costs of operations, including increased prices of products, testing, PPE, and of course, staffing. Medicaid providers have experienced chronic underfunding coupled with rising costs, causing them to operate in the negative or with very small margins. And as Mr. D'Amato said, unlike other businesses, we are unable to pass added costs on to consumers. I have not seen the amendments, but look forward to seeing the amendments and engaging with the sponsor. But at present, for those reasons, we respectfully request an unfavorable report.
Okay.
Thank you very much. For the record, my name is Dana Kaufman. I'm here on behalf of Lifespan Network, Maryland Association of Adult Day Services, and the Maryland National Capital Home Care Association. The reason all three were in opposition is because as the bill is drafted, it makes a reference to healthcare workers, which would actually tie in all the healthcare workers across the industry. I'm not going to repeat what was been said, and you have my written testimony, but I do want to comment on one statement that was made earlier that I wholeheartedly agree with, and it was that Maryland needs to invest in its workforce. And that is 100% true, and that is 100% what we have not done going forward. Maryland deals with Medicaid on a year-to-year basis. And that's the issue. We have an aging population. It's not just about our direct care workers in nursing homes. It's about the entire direct care force, medical adult day, home care, the assisted living. Providers don't participate in the assisted living community options waiver because the rate is so low. They can't even attempt to do it. We have blueprints on other issues, blueprint on education, justice, things like that. We need a blueprint on how we are going to care and handle our Medicaid population and those providers, because until we do that, we are always going to be coming back year after year. And then when the economy goes down, Medicaid rates are usually the first thing that gets cut. And that's the issue. It has to be sustainable. I've been here way too long, and I've seen it so many times when we're asked to increase, and then in 4 years when the economy tanks, that's the first thing cut. So I would ask you, and you've done it before, in 2018, there was a report to look at the cost of care. The report sat there, you came back, you said, do a 5-year plan. We still don't have a 5-year plan. We need a plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think that does it for this bill. Thank you. Okay, Senator Elfreth, you ready for yours? Senate Bills 470, Natural Resources, Land Conservation, Establishment of Goals and Programs, Maryland, the Beautiful Act.
May I bring up my panel, Madam
You
Chair?
always have such good names of your bills.
I try. No, kidding. Trying to make them, trying to be smart about the names. So if I could bring my panel up, Madam Chair. Okay. Well, they come up. Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Sarah Elfreth here to represent Senate Bill 470, the Maryland Beautiful Act. This is a bill the committee heard last year, so I'll try to be brief. And considering the hour and the number of panelists, I apologize for having. I'll try to be brief. So President Biden has set out a national goal of preserving 30% of America's lands by 2030. This is important not just for the effects of climate change, which we know Maryland is the second most vulnerable state in the country to the effects of climate change when it comes to flooding, sea level rise, higher temperatures, higher rates of asthma, all those really negative environmental and public health impacts. Land preservation is going to be our first line of defense against all those negative things. The good news is that Maryland is almost there. We are almost at the 30% preserved. And so when we sat down to think about this bill, we wanted to make sure that we're preparing, as we just heard in the last bill, preparing for our future in a strategic way. So what the bill does, in order to meet these important, again, environmental and public health goals, is it sets into law that it's our intent, the General Assembly's intent, to conserve 30% of lands by 2030 and then 40% of lands by 2040. To do this, again, strategically, we'll create an advisory committee to make recommendations for the use of, create a 40 by 40 land conservation grant program. It provides supports to organizations dedicated to implementation of the conservation goals established in the bill and provides support and educational opportunities for our conservation community. So it creates this $10 million land trust rapid response revolving loan program to expedite the process of securing land for small and medium-sized trusts that are operated by the Maryland Environmental Trust. Madam Chair, I know every one of us hears from our constituents all the time about there's a piece of forested land that is on the midst of development. All of our neighbors get very upset about it, and government just cannot move quickly enough to make sure that land is preserved for a park or for recreation space or just for old-fashioned green space. This rapid land trust rapid response revolving loan program, by seed funding it at $10 million, will provide our land trust that we have across the state to be able to rapidly purchase that land and move much faster than government could. It creates an advisory committee to make recommendations on the use of the loan fund, and it empowers the smart growth subcabinet, which before I did this bill, I didn't know was still on the books, but it's still on the books, made up of various departments across state government to coordinate actions of governments and non-governmental partners to meet our conservation goals and develop a plan by 2024 on how we're going to meet these goals outlined here. We thought a little bit about this program over the interim, Madam Chair, when we didn't get the bill passed last year. And we wanted to provide a few extra, frankly, very inexpensive tools to our land trusts in order for them not just to preserve land, but actually steward that land effectively moving forward. So it creates the grant program, as I mentioned, to provide support to organizations dedicated to the implementation of the conservation goals established in the bill. It creates a citizen stewardship grant to be awarded to nonprofits, community organizations, schools, and municipalities to expand environmental education and stewardship opportunities. And it creates a small but meaningful grant fund to be awarded to land trusts to support further stewardship and technology support in their monitoring efforts. So you'll hear from a couple land trusts today. They are responsible for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of stewardship of acres across the state. It's very difficult to do with the limited staff that they have. Fortunately enough, we have technologies evolve where we can use drones, we can use smarter mapping to make sure that those easements are actually stewarded in perpetuity and there's not unnecessary or illegal development or impacts on those lands. And by providing a little bit of grant funding for education and technology, I think that will go a long way in our long-term stewardship of these lands. So with the goal, the strategy with the Smart Growth Council, with the funding opportunities here, I think we're going to be a national leader and be very strategic in our approach to land preservation. Madam Chair, I heard our chair loud and clear on the floor last week about shalls and mays. So I'm very willing, of course, to move this 10 million from a shall to a may, working with the governor's office. And I'll say that as we heard the other day in our capital budget subcommittee hearing, we have an overattainment of program and open space funding. I would be welcome to happy to work with the Department of Natural Resources to see if we can't utilize some of that overattainment to seed fund this $10 million rapid response program, because it is a one-time expense. And I think that's a more strategic approach to funding it that will have payoff and dividends down the road. So happy to work on those amendments, Madam Chair. And with that, I request a favorable committee report.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll hear from your panel. Who wants to start?
Thank you, members of the committee. I'm Dr. Mark Sutherland. I'm a professional ecologist. I'm speaking for the Howard County Conservancy as a member of their Board of Trustees in support of SB 470. The science is clear. Nature and space for nature is the foundation of the life support system on which we all depend. 1 million of the 8 million species that are known are at risk of extinction, and when they are gone forever. So the truth of those words is evidenced, as Senator Elthris has already said, by the federal America the Beautiful program to preserve 30% of land and water by 2030 by working with state governments, local governments, landowners, and other stakeholders. The Maryland the Beautiful Act will do our part, but it's not just the goal. The American the Beautiful Act has the tools, again, as the senator has mentioned, to be successful in this way. It includes a management structure. It includes a revolving fund for timely resources, which is absolutely critical in land conservation. It includes a green equity fund for fairness, and it even includes a woodland incentives program to make sure that the lands we conserve are healthy. And I'll finish up by just talking about the Howard County Conservancy. So since 1990, we have acted as a land trust, and we have now preserved almost 2,000 acres of land throughout the county by working with voluntary landowners, providing them tax incentives. But that only gets us so far. There's lots of other opportunities out there that have not been realized, but actually in the county this last year, because of County Executive Calvin Ball, who you heard earlier today, there are grants available, and we've been using those to conserve land with nonprofits, including churches, which takes us another step further. The Maryland the Beautiful Act will allow us to continue this work. We'll be able to reap the benefits of economic benefits, climate benefits, quality of life benefits, not only for our citizens, but for future generations. So thank you for your time, and urge a favorable report.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon. You all have been here a while, so I appreciate you being here. My name is Ann Jones. I work with the Baltimore County Land Trust Alliance, which represents the 5 active land trusts in Baltimore County. Also used to be president of the Howard County Conservancy, so I know a lot about a little, and that's really land preservation. I would like to say 2 points really about this bill that I think are important. Sometimes establishing a goal kind of sounds like, okay, that's nice, but this is a goal that actually has some teeth behind it. It has metrics that you could look at, and it has the ability to impact a lot of the environmental and social issues that everybody is concerned with. So I think establishing the goal is very important and something that Maryland can do. Maryland was so ahead of the game in land preservation when you looked at, the MALF program, when you went back to the transfer tax, and this is just another step in continuing that along. And then the second point, briefly to touch on, is that local land trusts are the boots on the ground, the people that actually reach out to the property owners, that know their neighbors, that do the work, that are the partner for the state in making a lot of this happen. However, they are tasked with protecting these easements in perpetuity, which is a really long time. This meeting's gone on for a while, I know you feel like, but it's not quite perpetuity. Perpetuity is a little longer than that. So they're tasked with that, and giving money to assist them in the stewardship and the monitoring is a tremendous help to the small local land trusts that do that. So I appreciate your attention and request a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Niebel, and I'm the Executive Director of Scenic Rivers Land Trust. So our mission is to protect the natural and scenic lands in Anne Arundel County, and we support SB 470. This bill does a lot of good things, but I'm going to speak only to the revolving loan fund aspect due to time. A one-time investment of $10 million into a revolving loan program will allow land trusts to access funds in the nick of time to save an imperiled and important properties. Sadly, land trusts witness precious properties slip through our fingers because we can't get the grant funding fast enough. Often, grant funding takes 2 to 4 years to obtain, which is far too long when a property is already for sale on the open market. For example, in 2020, a 45-acre forested property became available for sale that was on our top 100 list of most important properties to protect in Anne Arundel County. Landowners were only willing to wait 1 year for us to raise the funds and purchase the property. Unfortunately, $2.7 million is difficult for a small nonprofit to raise in that short amount of time. The landowners now have a contract with a developer, and they have recently submitted a subdivision application to build 40 homes. So to give another recent example, one of our top 10 most important properties to conserve in the county was listed for sale in 2019, 132 acres for $3 million. Thankfully, the landowners were willing to work with us to sell a conservation easement, and in 2023, we're close to finalizing that easement purchase. If a landowner in a similar situation was not able or willing to wait almost 4 years, we would need millions of dollars readily available to quickly purchase the property and continue the conservation process. Thank you for considering my testimony, and I ask for a favorable report.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of the committee. You've seen my written testimony, so I will be brief. My name is Wendy Stringfellow, and I'm the president of Forever Maryland, a statewide nonprofit that supports Maryland's approximately 36 local and state land trusts. We support SB 470 Maryland the Beautiful. You've heard from others today about the value of the revolving loan fund and the need for stewardship funding. I'm going to speak briefly about the importance of the Keep Maryland Beautiful Citizen Stewardship Grants. I've been involved with this rewarding program for the past decade and have seen the enormous impact of this program to inspire and empower young people to become caretakers of their local environment and community through hands-on, project-based learning. This program is woefully underfunded. In FY23, we received 85 applications requesting over $385,000, but only had $37,000 to allocate. The Citizen Stewardship Grants are about the future of Maryland and its people. These grants engage citizens that are developing innovative solutions to local environmental problems in urban, suburban, and rural areas. I have just one example of an application from 2022. We received 100 applications, and they were fantastic. This one is from a high school junior in Montgomery County tackling food waste. In her school, she was diverting school food waste to composting facilities and recovering unopened food from schools and from businesses and redistributing the food to local food banks and shelters. This program has been expanded to 8 schools in her county. I would love to share other worthy programs with this committee, but in closing, I want to recognize the leadership of Senator Elfreth and the many other co-sponsors of this important legislation. Thank you for your dedication and service. We hope that you will support this bill and respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is John Turgeon. I'm the Director of Maryland Environmental Trust, or MET, as we're commonly referred to. MET is a land conservation unit of the Maryland Department of Natural Resources, and we have a citizen board of trustees that governs our unit. MET drafted the bill report for Senate Bill 470 on behalf of the DNR. It is a letter of information and contains proposed amendments to the bill. The same report was provided to the House Environment and Transportation Committee for their meeting last week when they discussed the House version of this bill. Senate Bill 470 would establish 2 significant programs to be administered by MET, the Land Trust Revolving Loan Fund and the 40 by 40 Land Conservation Implementation Grant Program. And Senate Bill 470 would also provide additional and much welcome state funding for MET's existing Keep Maryland Beautiful Grants Program, which provides annual grants to volunteer-based nonprofits, schools, communities, and land trusts. I believe the amendments that MET proposes will enable MET to successfully administer these very important funding programs, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? I think we're good. Now you still have, there's still more witnesses.
Yes.
Have we missed anyone?
Yeah.
Come on.
Way to clear the deck, huh? Good afternoon. My name is Marie Laporte, and I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club and its 70,000 members and supporters in support of SB 470. As you've heard, this important bill sets aside goals of achieving Maryland's fair share of global and national land conservation. This is one of the many actions scientists deem necessary to counter the climate crisis. This bill sets aside $10 million for bridge loans to help the many organizations, including land trusts, which are working to set aside special land for public use, historic preservation, agricultural reserves, or other critical environmental reasons. That's the view at 10,000 feet. But what that means to Marylanders is that land trust conservation groups will have a better chance of conserving the jewels and green space that touch us all. Imagine if the breathtakingly beautiful Blackwater Wildlife Refuge and the Harriet Tubman Museum were waterfront condos instead of a nature refuge and historical site that attract tourists from all over the country. Much of the green space that Marylanders enjoy, including many of our parks, large and small, forests and farms, were protected because of donations and purchases through land trusts. There are hundreds of conserved properties across every Maryland county, impacting the scenic beauty of our state and the mental and physical health of Marylanders everywhere. Conserved properties help farms continue to produce food from our state, provide habitat and corridors for wildlife, and help retain forest canopy to aid with carbon sequestration of nearly 15% of our state emissions. Our forests and conserved land also clean our air of pollutants and help reduce stormwater damage. These are a few of the many reasons to support Maryland the Beautiful Act. We urge you to give a favorable report to SB 470.
Thank you very much. Now, is that the end of the testimony for that bill? Okay, thank you. All right, we are going to change things around just a little bit, and we're going to take Senate Bill 578, Senator Hayes.
What's that? Thank you so much. Oh, good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of B&T. Thank you so much for the accommodation. Have slight emergency, have to get me back home this evening. But Senate Bill 578 won't take very long. This is an opportunity to try to make sure that minority businesses have even greater opportunities in accessing procurements throughout the state of Maryland. In the federal government system, they provide for forecasting, pretty much given the public and those who may be interested an opportunity to know what is coming in the future as far as contracts, so they will have an opportunity to bid on those contracts. And so we're asking for the same thing in this legislation. I understand that there is some level of forecasting that's already taken place in the state. We hope to work with the agency to make it more informative and more available to members of the public. The second part of the bill really is an attempt to hold someone accountable, and it identifies in the bill there's some more work that I need to do with my cross-file and identifying the appropriate entity to hold accountable, but we want to hold some individuals accountable within the agency to make sure that the goal is just not a goal or a suggestion, that we're actually adhering to MBEs and creating the opportunities that this legislation was laid out to do. And so we will continue to work with the agency in this committee as we go forward to further define what that is. And with that, Madam Chair, I recommend a favorable report with some possible amendments to later come for Senate Bill 578.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Fulton DeShield. I'm an attorney. I'm now celebrating my 50th year at the bar. Most of that time has been spent doing procurement matters. And I'm happy to say also that Governor Moore just nominated my daughter to the Maryland Maryland Board of I'm sorry, I've been here too long. I haven't eaten. The Maryland Board of Contract Appeals.
We're listening the same way you're talking.
The Maryland Board of Contract Appeals, where she would actually be the first African-American on that board in its entire history. So I'm proud to say that I think she learned a little bit from the 15 years she spent in practice with me. In any event, it is vitally important that procurement officers see minority participation as a priority. And that has become particularly important over the last few years since we've moved away somewhat from the strict low bid, and we moved into an area of determining what's most advantageous to the state and best value. Those terms, which I applaud and are good, require discretion. And with discretion comes responsibility. And so, and if you don't, and any time you have the responsibility, it means you're subject to scrutiny. And if you don't have a particular matter as a matter of priority, it's likely to fall through the cracks. And so I don't know whether, as my grandmother would say, whether it's better to incentivize procurement officers with a carrot or a stick. but she did both with us, more stick than carrot, I think. But it worked. So I urge favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bernard Wright, is Bernard here? So we're okay. Any questions? We're good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Senator Heddleman. Senate Bill 617, Maryland Transit Administration Fair Price Requirements Alterations.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Is it okay if we bring up the panel? Yeah, might as well all do it together in the interest of efficiency. My name is Shelley Heddleman. Senator from District 11, and I am here today in support of Senate Bill 617, which we like to call the Fair Fares Act. We all know that it is incredibly important to have reliable transportation. It helps so many of our constituents get to and from work, to doctor's appointments, to the grocery store, to school. Many of our school children take take public transit to school, and our transit system includes more than 50 local bus lines, light rail, the metro, subway in Baltimore, commuter buses, MARC trains, and mobility and paratransit vehicles. And as I said, the ability to travel to school, work, et cetera, is incredibly important. The MTA has been required to increase their base fares since 2013 on a systematic level every 2 years for core services and every 5 years. And they are linked to the consumer price index. What this bill would do would decouple that link, and it would give the power back to MTA to make decisions about rate increases. And it would do so, though, ensuring that the public would have the opportunity to comment. We have mandated fare increases, while the trend in other cities and states are to reduce fares and or eliminate them completely. And jurisdictions around us, including Montgomery County and DC, are headed in that direction, and we are not. So it's incredibly important today that we have before us the MTA administrator and transit advocates. One of our witnesses had to leave today, and he emailed me his testimony. And if it would be okay with the chair, I'd like to offer his testimony. He is representing a committee on the Greater Baltimore Committee. So there are many business supporters. Okay, great. His name was John Laria, and he's the managing partner of Ballard Spahr, which is a national law firm with offices in Baltimore, DC, and a practice that includes all of Maryland. He's the chair of the Transportation and Mobility Committee of the Greater Baltimore Committee, a 68-year-old organization whose members are the largest businesses and institutions in Greater Baltimore. As you will hear with our counterparts in the Greater Washington Partnership, last year they launched the Baltimore Transit Future campaign, which intends to create a world-class public transit system in Greater Baltimore. The campaign is supported by more than 65 businesses, anchor institutions, nonprofits, and labor organizations ready to partner with the public sector on transit. The transit system in Greater Baltimore is subpar, and that is a subject of other bills before the General Assembly this session. But a threshold barrier to transit is its cost to the individual rider, which this bill can address much sooner than we can making system investments and improvements. As you know, current law mandates a regular fare increase, whether it is warranted or not. And that's an uninformed way to make policy, especially when it necessarily and directly burdens our transit riders, many of whom are low income and can't afford an increase, and who shouldn't have to pay an increase when there has been no real analysis about whether we need one. The bill doesn't prevent increases. MTA still has the ability to increase them, as it always has, but it allows that it be done thoughtfully and not automatically. And that is a much sounder approach for the state and for our many employees who ride MTA. I do want to add that this is a really important point, that more than half of MTA bus riders earn less than $25,000 a year, and bus riders account for 80% of MTA users
And so many of our core bus riders are people of color. 83% of them are Black, as well as 70% of subway link riders and 52% of light rail riders. The current way we do transit fare increases disproportionately has an impact on low income and Black MTA riders. And we think that's unfair and we want to decouple that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, welcome.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. For the record, I'm Holly Arnold, the administrator at the Maryland Transit Administration, and I'm here in favor of Senate Bill 617. I'd like to thank Senator Hedelman for sponsoring this bill. As administrator of MTA and a daily rider of our service, I'm fully committed to delivering a safe, frequent, reliable, and easy to use transit system. I'm also a believer that equity must be at the center of everything that we do. Under the current law, MTA is required to increase our base fare for our core modes every 2 years and for our commuter services every 5 years based on the Consumer Price Index. The current cost for a one-way pass on our core modes is $2, and according to the law, we are required to increase that this year. This bill would put the power to adjust the fares back in the hands of MTA and require that public input be considered before any increase. Now, maybe $2 doesn't seem like a lot, but I can tell you that for many of our riders, the cost of riding MTA is a huge impact to their budget. They use MTA for all of their trips, and any increase on that will have an impact on their budget. Our most recent customer survey found that over 50% of our core bus riders earn less than $25,000 a year, and under 20% have access to a private vehicle. That means that they rely on MTA service to access work, school, and medical appointments, and we are a critical service for them. This bill would allow us to make more equitable fare pricing decisions with direct input from the public. I also want to be clear that given the MTA funding structure, the cost of fares hasn't impacted decisions around the amount of service we provide, and we would not make our service scheduling decisions based on fare revenue. But putting this power to change the fares back in the hands of MTA and requiring it be put before the public before implementation would ensure that we can continue to keep transit accessible to as many people as possible and meet our goal of growing ridership. I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak, and I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 617, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Great. Thank you very much, committee members. I'm Brian O'Malley, the president of the Central Maryland Transportation Alliance. We feel that SB 617 is a good idea. States invest in transportation infrastructure not to turn a profit, but to support the movement of people and goods. That's why they invest in them. And the return on investment then is economic productivity from moving people and goods efficiently, connecting people to jobs, connecting people to schools, as Senator Hedelman said. Maryland will be better off if MTA grows ridership. If I make a trip, if I'm trying to get somewhere and I make that trip by driving, you're dealing with more traffic from me being on the road, and there's more pollution impacts. If I make that trip on transit, you're safer, healthier, and less delayed in traffic. So when MTA grows ridership, there's a lot of benefit to Maryland as a state. And so we want MTA to grow ridership, and that's the bottom line reason why we invest in it. And so letting MTA set fares to support that goal makes a lot of sense rather than having an automatic mandated increase every 2 years. And so we urge a favorable report, and thank you for giving me the chance to speak.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, would it be appropriate to say here that this is a priority of the Transit Caucus?
Okay, thank you. Is Kay Alexander Wallace here? Senator McCray.
I'm gonna keep my comments very short because of the time of the night, but I just wanted to say thank you to you all for your leadership. I just think this is the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
No problem. Thank you, Senator. Madam Majority Leader and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee, Kay Alexander Wallace here on behalf of the Baltimore College Town Network in support of Senate Bill 617. Our organization is a coalition of the vast majority of higher educational institutions within the Baltimore metropolitan region, including community colleges, small private universities, half of our state's HBCUs, and both of our state's medical and law schools. It is widely understood that the Baltimore regional transit system does not meet the needs of students, visitors, and our university staff and faculty.
The Baltimore College Town Network includes nearly 120,000 students, and every 3 years, we survey those students and ask them a series of questions, including the question, how likely are you to stay in the region after you graduate? Only 36% of students responded that they are, quote, definitely likely to stay after graduation, which is a lack of return on investment. Transportation is a key factor in whether a college student finds a region to be livable, affordable, and accessible. And as mentioned before, students do not find Baltimore's transportation meeting their needs. To combat this, several of our member institutions came together to create the Baltimore College Town Shuttle as an option that connected universities to desirable destinations in a reliable and affordable way. And most of those riders on that shuttle use it around 2 to 3 times a week, and their chief complaint is that it does not come often enough. The College Town Shuttle plus the other privately run university shuttles in the region offer a stopgap solution available to students, faculty, and staff. And while these services are important, they do not provide a solution to the rising cost of public transportation in the region. With the passing of this legislation, we can make progress towards the affordability of public transportation for all of our stakeholders. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions? Are there any more witnesses to this bill? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. We have one more here, so hang in there with us, folks. This is a Senator Gazzoni bill, Senate Bill 561, Goodwill Industries of Chesapeake Excel Center in Baltimore City alterations. And I think he has one of his able-bodied interns here working for him. Go ahead.
Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Betsy Hickson, and I'm a legislative intern in Senator Gazzoni's office. I'm here to present Senate Bill 561, Goodwill Industries of Chesapeake Excel Center in Baltimore City alterations. Last year, the legislature appropriated funds in the amount of $500,000 for each fiscal year, 2024 and 2025, to Goodwill Industries of Chesapeake for the purpose of building an Excel adult education program in Baltimore City. This bill just clarifies that the funds are intended for the Goodwill Industries of Chesapeake and the Excel Center that is being created in Baltimore City. Goodwill Industries has developed an Excel adult education program to offer services and opportunities that prepare its students for careers in middle skill industry sectors that pay a family-sustaining wage. The Excel Center serves a diverse population with students of all races, genders, and ages with a desire to continue their education, earn their high school diploma, and secure a career. Through a blend of traditional high school course requirements, students earn credentials that increase access to higher education, employment with higher wages, and increased career prospects. This program offers individuals workplace training that includes effective communication, problem solving, resume building, and interviewing to assist them with obtaining and retaining employment. The Excel program also addresses critical non-academic barriers to employment opportunity, such as transportation, childcare, reliable housing, and mental and physical health. Similar programs have experienced 10 years of success in states such as Indiana, Texas, Tennessee, Missouri, and DC, and now want to bring the same results here to Maryland. Senate Bill 561 will allow Goodwill Industries of Chesapeake to continue their good work in getting the Baltimore City Excel Center up and running to provide access to quality remedial education, apprenticeships, and employer-needed skills and jobs to individuals who have faced educational challenges. Thank you, and I ask for a favorable report of Senate Bill 561.
Good job. Okay, we have Lisa Rusniak.
Yes, good
Did I say that
afternoon.
right?
Yeah, Rosiniak, it's fine. It's close enough and it's the end of the day. I love being last. I'll be really quick. Thank you for having us again this year. I'm President and CEO of Goodwill and honored to speak in support of Senate Bill 561. Last year, as you know, we appreciated your support of $500,000 in fiscal year 2024 and 2025 to support our adult high school, which will be located in downtown Baltimore City. The language in this bill is needed to specify that Goodwill Industries of the Chesapeake in Baltimore City is the designated recipient of the funding to establish this school. There are 4 other Goodwill agencies with territories that include parts of Maryland, so this clarification would stipulate that only Goodwill Industries of the Chesapeake is the qualified grantee. Our territory includes all of Central Maryland and the Eastern Shore. In June 2018, MSD and Dollar approved Goodwill Industries of the Chesapeake's application to open the Excel Center. Its concept is unlike any other adult education program in Maryland. The Excel Center in Baltimore City would allow individuals 21 years of age and over the opportunity to obtain their high school diploma through an accelerated 2-year program while simultaneously engaging in job training. This educational attainment pathway would increase the access our participants have to higher education, apprenticeships, and employment opportunities. Our Excel Center is scheduled to open in September 2023 at 222 East Redwood Street. We are currently renovating the building, hiring staff, and greatly anticipating its opening. Your support would ensure our continued success. We request a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Jonathan Baylog. I am the Chief Communications Officer for Goodwill Industries of the Chesapeake. And obviously, we are a strong supporter of this bill, and I promise I will be super quick today. I just want to take a moment to thank Senator Gazzonia for his support of our organization the last few years. He's been really helpful in helping us get this program off the ground. And like has been previously said, this is a program at high school that is in 10 different states. And
what is the age that this starts with?
In Baltimore, it will be 21 plus.
Okay. 21, not 18. So,
No.
So they got the chance to finish in a high school if they want to.
Correct.
Okay.
And it's been really a proven model across some different parts of the country. And like Lisa said, we are opening in September of 2023, and we are super excited. And I want to invite everyone down there when we do open. It's going to be really a powerful thing for Goodwill and a powerful thing for the city.
And how many students do you figure you'll have at one time?
We will have 150 in year one.
Wow.
That's the goal.
That's wonderful.
And then eventually we'd like to ramp up to 300, but we can talk about that later.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, any questions from the committee? Senator Zucker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Oh, thank you for this program. It's amazing. So the students will be coming from all over the state.
This school will be serving primarily Baltimore City. The current legislation states that one has to be in a rural area and one has to be in an urban. So this will be the first urban school.
I just remember in Montgomery County, we used to have a night school but that was for kids, that was 18, I think. And then they, for some reason, did away with it. But we had a lot of kids that got their degree by going to high school at night. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think this ends the hearing, folks. Good day.